haltkindo kon den nada en Donald Loshi nada altshoye ya ehota hinan lindole aro kon ya bigi go to this egon jonoro is aro kosa as at kon del tosa ni henda di yasto kon hokas bichenane kan kon den na khe aron hen chil shidole ara hot ke we khan zero nas ni kire os khato kon na hosaba kan an hin la kon ya te ho kine nane maron his bits ada da hasit leo honza ten hi os khas a kuiche han so go shin ina be den da ilting and da ina be nan hin kenige ba ke ni zendo kon even nachit da kon ni kede ne don harchen baby yelt hele di hoda hot ero hot hon nesen lesa hot bedi nora kodo de jo ina ba hono hiado jo ya eko kodo now ka baby adel kitten linle de hot jump at the net len hit again leni ben kishin ko ya ho ko nja bigedora stock on kitten no di hot jump leni so there you go in a lot illeni it all the basic guido ishin yoro astras the lot illen kitten negi an nen kitten nela and that compensation na hat ahge da jo ban chak kes ko kon fast adel inke horat hot compensation hende nidoles ara hot aben kan nan go kito do yonit anil cho dra nil cho asani tkenego ben heche na hot eke ben kha hun sando o na hete net leke ndayel zeko koda ben kha hun sando anstor in eren hitigen lenin spehosen art go hunlo and that ne jebi hunlon chidigini he ndi ni hot in be ne ke split o koden hios krasen long a kon a sahni tlido den nen kha jollo kodo jo pa in gon na khanda dor nation no besh ma an nit tlido kon na hat agi ben kan lige do ya te host era hati ni so ya te ho kon beso na zo ke pa ne zan da di zo to den ne den ne ye ke do la to kodo ya te ho be on nation tlido le hende ni on he pa het en khanan et ashkhod on second job body and you get nation Jesus Christ amen.
Shehashnaitabos citizens and Jonago being Kahin Bishi been that cool not that another so the Shahid na although item number 2 on the agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Again, I'd like to go ahead and allow staff or honorable members of Resources and Development Committee to introduce themselves. So with that, Vice Chair Johnson.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Casey Ellen Johnson. Shay Madeshki Dinishne Hashkan Hazo Bashchin Hanan in this check cemetery. Ego Dinishne. These are my clans. I'm from Cameron, Arizona. I represent Cameron Coal Mine, Lonnie Lake, Bird Springs, and Loop communities, District 3 and 5. I just want to welcome everybody here today. Let's have a progressive, productive meeting. Thank you.
Honorable Clark.
Good morning to everyone. Doyate, Shea, Shauna, and Clark. Share other than the Inslindi, and your husband and the Slio, Pulichi, and the Stretching, the Shea, on the Shinama, the Department of Sunshine, Other Shea, Chinley, the Tagogi, a baseball son, a put our on the Shishin. Honorable colleagues of RDC, our Legislative Council, and then our legislative staff, and then those that are presenting today. And I just want to wish everyone a good, productive day. If you have.
Honorable Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of RDC staff, guests are here, directors and individuals on the call. Good morning, Danny Simpson, Chef. 내가 나중에 나시가 돌지 이제 무슨 my sister's not as the chief, so the HR is Nashika, East 8 Hurtona, Yeezy, White Rock, Cynthia, Lake Valley, Crown Point, and she's Sandy Rock. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Bashina Kahashiaj, Adoing Dr. Nana, Shanai, Honorable Rick Ness.
Chair, Shannon Akoro, honorable members of the Resource Involvement Committee staff, Aro Kon Chindo, and then Mahanigi, Aro Mahanash, Nishiki, Yate, and Rick Ness, and she had one son and or Zay Kachin, Bashishin, Sinha Bishni, Shado, Kian, Ani, Edashin, the and then Slido, a Chicago chapters, Banash, Nishiki, Chedak, on. Arosen one chestnut and bidi no need chile. I don't need not nazar holga. I prefer when dol kai holga. Vernon hatis chosh card. I don't that the newcome is in the skis. What the nebanash mission la adan go get.
Yeah. Ado in the shiars Honorable Ottersville.
Good morning, it's been hey also she do. Na kayını çok etmeyin. Yani şey kapan başışın lukatına da şeyde sanatçını idişlerle. So konumuz de iyi bir çalışma anlaşılmakta. Konuşuyor o resources in the development committee. Past previous council I served with the Long Order Committee 2 terms. So, thank you.
Shiaj, Ado in the Kana, Shay Brenda, Jesus, and Shado, not doing slow for a tea, but a chin, Pana, he does a chill for Hana, does another. Akota, a son and a Shrido, Chohot Sodo, Him, Kado, TCI, Addition on this Vinigi edition. Ado Nanan, Tato, Shahak, whom Vinigi, for not Sonigi. Auto next, I'd like to go ahead and have legislative staff introduce themselves. Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, those present, those online, my name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Senchikene, and I'm Richie from the City of Arizona. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Morning, Madam Chair. Morning, everyone, and everybody online. Jay, let him Moses, Jay. Couldn't then welcome everyone.
Good morning. Yad Ed Anna. Jay Dona and the Shingi a foot here cleaning this. But Annie Bushes Chin, last year that's a chain. Penitchikina a dash another. Cheheli do put us out there. Ado. I had Delegate Nez, thank you for that beautiful prayer. Start us off with our work today.
Other than the Sophie?
Yes, Madam Chair and honorable members of RDC, Leslie Sophie and Siki Nishna, Kohok Lini Basatin, Setna Basi Dachache, Hostelana Dashanai, Sayan Nasha, Sandy Rock, New Mexico. Thank you.
Appreciate Although I'd like to have Ms. Quinn.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable committee members, and everyone else. My name is April Quinn, I'm Legislative Council.
Thank you. And then also, I'd like to go ahead and take it to Division Director, Mr. Skurloon.
Madam Chair, other closing and other Masanigi business, and say 20 scholarly and she laid the staff of Rahodia. Ado Sing had it before the other age of Masando station. When the OU and she hasn't spent or stay OU in Gallup for the other age, I should care for now, but Mr. Ned, so I said, Casey, the energy I said, I mean, now we hope I but how the queer I young the musical by then even been dark in the street or Kita ko ani kahako di da susi ko Bütün kredo yego bajins ko edition kita hu na ko ja.
Akoshi? Adoshi e ya na ho jisto and les OPVP that we have a representative, Ms. Melinda Arvizo Siaco, introduction. Star 6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can.
Okay, Hia Shinant I, Chairwoman, Vice Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee. Shea Melinda Arbiso Siako and Shiedo, Sena Janine Shlong, Kia Ani Bashishin, Twitchini Dasha Chedo, Dash Chini Dashanella. And I'm calling in from the Office of the President, Vice President. Hia.
Hia. Ado Kutashi ya introduction. Dito needs Ado. I'd like to go on to business, right? Okay. Since our agenda was approved yesterday already, and we went into item number 4 on the agenda, new business. Letter A, we were able to get done with yesterday. Auto DJ, yeah, we're going to start with new business item, letter B, legislation 014-23. Mr. Tahi, if you could please read this legislation into the record. Since we have a limited space with limited ventilation here in this conference room, late division of Sinigi, if you can just monitor via either YouTube or Zoom when you think your division's going to be coming up. They're probably showing up like half an hour early, because right now, due to limited spacing, we just want to be considered as shown. Come and enter the conference room at the time. So, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, legislation number 0164-23 was run into the record on Monday, August the 7th, 2023. There's no main motion or second or vote. We recess at 12:05 p.m. Due to OMB not being ready. So OMB is currently present, Madam Chair.
Mr. Tahi. So with that, Ms. Sam, if you can please take a seat here. Can we go? So again,
You're the sponsors.
She has a co-sponsor. Shana.
so members of Resources Development Committee, with the new committee budget, Oversight Committee Special Budget Meeting Procedures, after a budget legislation is motioned, do we have to motion it? Okay. OMB shall present a simple budget summary for each program's budget before the sponsor of the legislation starts their presentation. So with the new rules, members of Resources and Development Committee and also to the Division of Economic Development team that are present here this morning. So I have to press for a motion now, right? Okay. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, yesterday the legislation 0164-23 was read into the record. I'd like to request to get a motion, Honorable or Vice Chair Johnson, and may I get a second? Honorable Otto So. Otto, at this time, I would like to yield the floor over to Office of Management and Budget. Could you please state your name and give an overview of the budget for Division of Economic Development?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the RDC Committee.
My name is Darlene Tan, and just by way of introduction, my plans are hashfishing stall. Kamezani Bashashin Piani Dashache Honarani Dashanale. So we're here, I'm also here with Janet McCabe. There's also a third section within Office of Management and Budget. How we're organized is, the budget section, we take care of the numbers, and then management policy section handles the performance information, your budget form 2. So Janet will be going over that information, and then the external information, that one is handled by contracts and grants. And I don't believe they're here yet, so I can go ahead and, go over that information on their behalf. So we can start now. Do you have a copy of the OND report?
Yes, we do.
Janet was extra for the division. Mr. Sherman. On the floor, please. I might first. Okay. I have a copy. So, we have here the Navigation Resources and Development Committee Fiscal Year 2024 budget hearing. And it's for the Division of Economic Development, Navigation OMB report, August 7th through the 11th. And on the back of the page is your table of contents, letter A through G. A is your fiscal year 2024 fund type budget summary. B is your FY 2023 third quarter budget expenditure report. C is your FY 2023 third quarter performance assessment report. D is your FY 2023 third quarter plans of operation status report. E is your FY 2023 condition of appropriation and legislative concern. F is the FY 2023 external funds expenditure report. G is your FY 2021 single audit report. So we can go to A, the FY 2024 fund type summary on the back side. For the Division of Economic Development for fiscal year 2024, this is the budget summary by fund type. You see the table there, it lists the business unit numbers, which are your general fund business unit, those that start with a 1. And then there's two more listed on the bottom, those are your other navigation funds. You have your proprietary fund, and then your special revenue internal. So for fiscal year 2023, the approved general fund, or the approved budget, the general fund, you see the business unit numbers listed there from DVD admin to all the way down to Navajo Real Estate Department. So the approved general fund budget was $6,065,311. And then the two navigation fund, tourism and Carrigan professional, those total $700,000. So what was approved for FY 23 is $6,765,311. For FY 2024, what's proposed in general fund is $6,184,984. Indirect cost of $383,370. Proprietary fund of $300,000. There are no fiduciary funds. Special revenue internal, $480,000. Special revenue external. There will be an amount coming, but it's not available at the moment. So the grand total recommended budget for CED Economic Development is $7,348,354. And going on to B is the FY 2023 third quarter budget status report. It's a summary of the same business unit. For fiscal year 2023 third quarter, this is as of June 30th, 2023. We have an approved budget, general fund amount of $8,164,442. Revised budget of $8,889,254.14. Actuals of $3,949,391.03. Encumbrance of $445,786.36. Budget available as of June 30th, $4,494,076.75. And that expenditure by percentages, they're spending in at 49.44%. And the other two, the non-general fund business units, we have an original budget of $700,000, revised budget of $2,381,702.19, actual expenditure of $621,563.53, encumbrance of $220,411.17, budget available of $1,539,727.49, and expenditure rate of 35.35%. So those together, the general fund and the non-general fund, the original budget grand total is $8,864,442, revised budget of $11,270,956.33, actuals of $4,570,954.56, encumbrance of $666,197.53, budget available $6,033,804.24, and together the expenditure rate is 46.47%, and there are two notes on the bottom. The one asterisk represents under expenditure by 65% or less, two asterisks over expenditure by 85% or more. So you'll see several of the business units are under spending. The next section will be covered by Ms. McCabe, Madam Chair.
For Shane, Ms. Sam. So you want to go ahead and? You can hear? Okay. However, yeah, you can sit there and pull up the seat or.
Yeah, I'll come back down there.
Okay, that's good.
Good morning, Jay, Janet, McCabe, and Shea, sitting on Jenny and Shlin, when the army bushes team, what did you need that you pay, B for 20, that's another. I work with the Office of Management, and I'm the Senior Management Analyst with the Management and Policy section, and I will read the, third quarter performance assessment report. This is the budget review. Currently, there are 13 business units, and I will read the the quarterly average scores, and you will see the scoring below. 5 is outstanding, 4 exceeds expectations, 3 meets expectations, 2 needs improvement, 1 is unsatisfactory, and 0 is no report to OMB. Therefore, first quarter average is 3.06. Second quarter is 3.04. Second quarter is 3.04. Third quarter is 3.47. Moving on to letter D, the Plant of Operation Status Report. Again, there are 13 business units, and with a legislation, Plan of Operations, statute reference is RDC-055-19, and this is current and updated. Moving on to letter E, the Conditions of Appropriations and Legislative Concern Report. There is none. F is the External Funds Expenditure Report. There is none. Okay.
Okay, so for letter F is your external expenditure report for fiscal year 2023. This is for all the external funds that Division of Economic Development receives. You see that if you look at the index, there's 5 rows, so there's five different external fundings that they get. So A is just your index number, B is your company number, C is your contract ID, most of it is RPA, and then column D is your start date, and column E is your end date. F is your business unit number, those are K counts for external. G is the description of the business units that was set up, and then over to H is your original budget, and I is your revised budget. J is your expenditure, K is your open commitments, L is your available balance, and N is the percentage spent, and N is the percentage balance. So if you go to column H, the original budget for all the ARPA funds was $34,876,948. And revised budget is the same amount, $34,876,948. Expenditures is $50,456,290.88. Open commitment is $151,539.89. So available balance is $19,269,117.23. Percentage spent is 45%, and the balance is 55%. And then on the back side is your single audit report. This comes from the annual audits that are done. For economic development, there are no audit findings. Madam Chair, that completes OMB's report. We're open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sam and Ms. Francisco? McCabe. McCabe, I'm sorry, I do apologize. Thank you, Okay. So with that, thank you, Office of Management and Budget team for the budget overview that you've given to Resources and Development Committee. Now I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Tony Salutis, Division Director for Division of Economic Development, to give Resources and Development Committee an overview of the division's budget for FY 2024. So I yield the floor over to you at this time.
Lithuanian.
I will go back and forth. But yesterday you had some questions, honorable delegates, and so we have prepared those answers. We made sure that the dates were on, and there was also additional requests for certain documents even last night. So we've included those. I know there's something on the external fund. But my team is all here with me, and I really wanted to walk you guys through, and we have an impact statement here. It kind of summarizes what we're going to present today. And this is really the first part is an introduction to the division. You have our purpose statement, why we're here. We're really here to create an environment within the Navajo Nation that promotes economic growth, that allows development of business to happen. We live in a nation where Nikeyagi, it's really needs a lot of work to get it to a business site standard. So that's really a lot of our work is coordinating all those activities, from the actual raw land to full development and managing that development over time. So, and our job is to not just develop new business, but to improve what we have, retain our businesses, And so, and also to deal with new initiatives. There's always a new major initiative. So, we have 7 departments and 5 RVDOs. You guys all are familiar with our RVDOs, and then we have the Tourism Department, Kerrigan. Our RVDOs are decentralized. We're very different from any other nations, and we have years ago our nation has decided to do small business sector. A lot of the tribes, they have only tribal enterprise. Like we got the casino companies or hotel companies or real estate development or trash companies. Today, we have decided years ago as a nation that we wanted to create a small business sector just similar to other nations, other states. That's really where we're very different from other tribes. And that's something that we all recognize. And so we have to create our own corporation code. We have to have our own business preference laws. We have to have our
leasing processes, lending laws, and so there's and processes and mechanisms. So that's a little bit about our division, but I also have an introduction here. I wanted to really, more than ever, the Navajo Nation economy is poised with opportunities to thrive in a broad section of industry. For many years, the nation has spent time improving its leasing processes, developing and improving its enterprises, creating the foundation upon which we now sit. There is good strategy around governance, such as has been envisioned by the Local Governance Act. The intent of business site leasing delegation from Congress was for us to speed up the process with strong incentives. Further delegation to the LGA chapters was to allow chapters to drive, benefit from, and develop creative mechanisms such as bond financing for larger developments. The creation of the sales tax was to help create incentives so that chapters can take over the taxes and again create more sustainable development using creative means. You guys all know I was a division director before. I left 20 years ago, and we had achieved much at that time, and we had a staff of over 80 with legal attorneys, contracted and staff, and with RBOs that had over 8 staffers on average. Many of our hotels and major developments were being financed by outside banks. Everything from Mono Valley Resort to the hotel development, the development in Ganado, this Chohosel Marketplace. They were using bank financing and using different types of guarantee programs. We invested and co-owned and were one of the drivers of the Native American Bank and its CDC. Things have sure changed, and now we have to once again grow our economy across the board, deliberately with discipline. We have tremendous staff of 50.5 on the job, with 9 being recruited. Several of the RBDOs have 2 staff, and most have 4. As you can see, our staff are carrying heavy loads, and the amount of needs has only increased. The bureaucracy is also daunting. Also, more than ever, our precious nation is challenged with major revenue and job needs, power plants and coal mine closures. Yet we have the opportunity to capture the over 71% leakage of expenditures. These are real dollars that is leaking from our nation. We can capture much more than 5% of the tourism dollars. We can create food resiliency through local farms, local grocery stores, local cafes, serve our old foods and modern delights. Our food, our farm products, our sheep and cattle meats are some of the best and most healing of foods the world will experience. Thus, an economy can be built around this. Power plant and coal mine closures are leaving behind stranded assets such as power lines, substations, railroads, buildings, thousands of acres. We can and must use these assets to drive a range of transition economics, including manufacturing, tourism, renewable energy, battery storage projects. Our nation didn't get into this situation overnight, and it will take a deliberate and disciplined approach to get out of it. Our budget and division is organizing itself into a division that reaches for high standards. Our elders, children, families deserve a strong economy and nation. We're very hopeful and have received a good amount as compared to other divisions in this year's budget. This budget reflects these higher standards. This, along with a strong division strategic plan, as well as a well-designed 5-year plan, a comprehensive Navajo Nation economic development strategy, the SEDS, updated business site leasing processes. We are completely updating that. Strategy around dual tax. We want to take over most of those taxes. Major strategy around new forms of finance and investment. You are well aware of one, which is the SSBCI. We have another. We are totally revising the BIDF fund. We want to get that going again. And many others that we're looking at. Staff organized in a way that maximizes their talents. Additions of key staff such as a CFO, a PIO, strategic planner, project construction managers, in-house legal counsel. These changes will get us started in a deliberate and disciplined, focused direction. At the same time, we have started meeting and reaching out to partners to plan, to think big as was intended by the LGA with your communities. And we are making major changes to some the authorities, of our nation, we want to really drive a really disciplined approach to economic development. So the key things here, I want to do a budget comparison. For 28-23, the division was allocated an additional $1 million from the personal lapse fund, and which was spent as follows. And really, as you know, during the COVID crisis, there was very little tourism activity, very little activity on Navajo, so our tourism, the hot taxes really dropped. And so what we had to do was really use these additional dollars to keep the staff in really a skeleton crew on staff, So these are some of the different areas where we spent the dollars. What we're going to do is really go and really walk you through each program and kind of where we're at with our budgets, and I have my staff team here that's going to help me with that. We are at the final stages of the 5-year plan. I'm looking at the progress on the impact statement, and we are really preparing to get it into 164 review. We have met with many of your communities. We have gone through and looked at all the opportunities that we see out there, and we wanted to do a balanced, equitable plan. So that will be coming through the 164 review process in the next 2 weeks. We are having a major process right now on the business site leasing. We're gracious for the audit that was done by the Auditor General's office about our leasing process, and it really identified strongly some of the places we can improve. So we are fixing that. So and we are looking at an increase. So we are looking at an increased budget for our division that really reflects that economic development is a priority. There's a corrective action plan around the BIDF. We have met with DOJ, and they've approved our intent to have our own attorney position within the division. This will make massive changes along with our current attorney team. It really makes a difference to have that in-house. We are looking at equivalency clause for all economic development specialist positions, and so we are really allowing staff to internally to apply for some of these higher level positions, and we will but so let's get to our budget. The actual budget, and again we have Pat, what's the place I should start to? Okay, we can go to budget form 1 under tab 1, and this is the administration, and we have the original budget, and then we have the proposed budget. This is the proposed budget. Personnel expenses, it's $656,709. What we did there is a correction. The plan of operation has the economist position under the support services, under the CFO position. So really, that's really what that is. Just so it's a reflection. I'm not cutting a position within my team. We're just really reallocating and getting in line with the plan of operation. We've also reduced contractual services. Again, this was deliberate. We really wanted to put those into the different programs that are actually managing the architectural and design, managing the construction projects, the cleanup. So that's where those dollars are going. So our program has a reduced budget of by $206,912 with a total of $1,075,666. So that's our administration budget. And then we go to tab 2, which is our business regulatory department. And again, this is really an important program. We have Navajo business preference law. We have the the corporation code, and we have things like checking the gas and the quality of our gasoline out there. And so this program is really crucial. So what we want to really make sure is that they have the resources to do capacity building in the community, to do enforcement. We're finding that a lot of the companies don't follow the Navajo Business Preference laws because a lot of them don't know about it. So this reflects a real amped up initiative around that. So you're seeing a little bit of an increase there. Last year's budget was $636,000. This year's budget will be $663,000. So you're seeing a bit of an increase there. Go to tab 3. It's project development, and this is where all the money went. Just kidding. This is a crucial program. And we really, all the things I'm talking about, everything from renewable, like things like, let's say, solar panel manufacturing, work with building workforce development with institutions like Navajo Technical University. We are wanting to do things like processing centers, our Delegate Stowe, one of the places we want to expand manufacturing is over at Turquoise Ranch. We want to actually use that property and add in a meat processing center, add in different types of, and grow places like Napi and that industrial park, places like Shiprock and Tonalea and places across the nation. Look at manufacturing and industrial in places like Chinle. All that takes real dollars, it takes staff. So what we really wanted to do was really beef this program up. So last year's budget was $917,000. This year's budget is $1,230,000, $148,000, an increase of $312,000. Again, this is totally justified. We increased our contract budget by $292,000. There's still needs. I want to get another manufacturing industrial development person. We have one person in that position, and we are bringing on a grant writer. That's something I didn't mention. We are contracting a grant writer. That person will help us apply for the federal funds under our partnership with Department of Energy. So, and that will be contracted. So we hope to bring in additional dollars to really drive a lot of these areas. We go to tab 4. It's our Chinle Regional Business Development Office. A lot of this one you do see in Shanata. I know this probably looks really concerning at first glance. You see a reduced budget of by $1,466,000. A lot of this was that we used a personal lapse fund. It's the dollars that we got one time for replacement costs of the Rocky Ridge stores and USC removal, the demolition of the existing property, and replacement costs. And so that really was targeted. That was additional dollars for that purpose. We can update you. My project development team is managing that. We are really getting into a partnership with Navajo Oil and Gas to carry that out. So those dollars will be spent, but you do see a reduced budget because of that. So that's something to note there. And again, Chinle staff is, we have three staff, okay. And then Eastern Regional, their budget is, again, reduced by $59,000. So you got $426,000. Your proposed budget is $366,000. There is less personnel expenses of $13,528. We do have less anticipated repairs and maintenance costs this coming year. There was a lot of work this past year. We do have smaller costs and things like supplies and things like communication and utilities. Also the capital outlay. So again, Elaine is here if you have any questions on that. We do have 4 staff at Eastern Regional. And then we go to Shiprock RBDO under tab 6. And there we have 2 staff. We are recruiting. one of our managers retired. We currently have, this one is reflecting a small increase, and the increase mainly is in the travel expenses. That's where the small increase is at. And also we have several decreases, and one of them is contractual services of 9,351. And then let's go to tab 7, Western Regional. There we have, again, Western Regional is a massive area. So we have 415,290 was last year's budget. This year is a small decrease of 10,000 at 405,022. The real decrease is in the contractual services. Again, also note that there's a 5-year plan. We are bringing on, using the ARPA dollars, things like project managers to help the RBDOs do project management, construction management. So they're getting additional resources, and we're really reorganizing in-house to make sure that and that person that we bring on will report to the RBDOs, not to Central. So that's something to really point out. Let's go to tab 8. Fort Defiance Regional, right here, we're in the neighborhood. A budget of 345,955 last year. This year, a small increase actually, $3,000, 348,000. We have 2 staff right now. We are recruiting for a 3rd. We have the main increases in contractual services. By 4,890. Let's go to tab 9 is support services. This is where you're going to see an increase, especially in like personal expenses. 505,000 was original. We have an increase of 550,000. This also reflects there's also contractual services where there's a massive increase, and this reflects the economist position that is being moved to support services. Again, in concert with the plan of operation. So that's really the important distinction there. And again, Mr. Horst and the support services team, that provides all our support. That includes staff that manage all our building. That includes all our accounting, our personnel, work, hiring and staffing work. Also our technology. We have tremendous technological challenges and needs, so that's really the in-house. Also, they manage our BIDF, they manage our SSBCI, they manage our work on we want to get into things like venture cap and all these areas. So they really manage that. So this is again a critical program, but our team is here to answer that. Small business development is under tab 10, and this is Elaine Young. You're seeing a major drop here of 308,000. A lot of that is in contractual services by 285,801. And Mrs. Young is here to really explain the thinking behind this. And let's go to tab 11, real estate. This is again a really important program. You guys all know this program, and it's we have an increase here. A lot of it is compliance, managing the leases, and it's tons of work for our staff, and we really wanted to make sure that we have the resources there. So you're seeing a increase here in supplies. You're seeing an increase in things like special transactions. So the total increase in this budget is $12,803. Tourism is under tab 12. Our tourism director, is representing me at a, conference in, at Twin Arrows today. She's not gonna be here, but I will be here to answer any questions you have. We're having luckily we're having, more, tourism dollars come in this year. And so this budget reflects an increase of $80,000. Much of the dollars are in contractual services. So that's reflected here in at a 480. But this is also matched with the hot tax. This year's hot tax is estimated at $480,000. So you see that here. And so that's really what drives this budget is the hot tax. And then we have under tab 13 is our Kerrigan office complex. You guys all know this office complex here. We have major needs. We are in major need of repairs. It's an old building now, over 22 years old. We've had leak issues. We've had our carpets need to be replaced. So this budget reflects some of that. It doesn't cover everything, you know. And we really have two positions that work on the building. So this budget reflects all that work, same as last year. And we do obviously you all know we charge lease fees. We have tenants. So this is something that is I forgot what they call them, like a proprietary fund program, what they're called. So then you see the final tab is tab 14, which is office rental. And again, I'm going to have Tyrone really explain this. This office rental, we're looking at $189,000 was last year. We're looking at $191,000. This is our rental that comes from the tenant in the building. So that's what that is here. So, but that's really our overall budget, Shimon. You got a feel for it, and you know, we wish we could get more dollars. We know that it's going to take a lot more than this to get the job done. But this is my overview, and I have my team here to help answer any questions. I want to thank Tyrone, Patrick, all the program managers, the board. They really did a good job in putting this together, and we were the first submittal, from what I understand. So, but here,
thank you, Division of Economic Development, for your general overview regarding your 2024 proposed budget for the division. I'd like to request members of Resources Development Committee in regards to what was presented here to us for the Division of Economic Development's budget. Honorable Shauna Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Skolonis, thank you for the report, and then also the impact statement, and then to your team, and then also thank you for being the first division to submit your budget. That shows that you were sincere in taking your finances into consideration, not only for the division, but for your workers, and then also the projects that you have ongoing. So I want to thank you for that. And then I just have a recommendation to my colleagues here, RDC, if we can go ahead and maybe cover questioning, if we want to go by the tab. But my comment's going to be specific to the impact summary that was submitted to our committee here. So the first thing is that we talk about RBDO being decentralized, and that's what you have highlighted in the impact summary. However, I feel that in name only. I feel that a lot of the projects bottleneck to the division, so I think that we need to come up with a solution to where we can put that into action. In addition to that, you did explain the small business sector and how it differentiates the Navajo Nation from other entities, and then also how it pertains to Indigenous nations. So I do agree with that. Some of the things that does concern me is that with the 5-year plan, that is 2 years in expiration. We did see a draft, and I'm just wanting to get a timeline of when the next 5-year plan will be reintroduced to the committee. So if I can get that timeline. And then also, the second overview that you have is that the business site lease amendment has not been approved yet and require further work sessions before submitted into legislation. So based on that, as we go through the binder here, I really think that if this is a priority, it needs to be reflected in your performance measurements. And so as I look at your tabs here, I'm looking at the numbers per quarter, and there's only like 2, 3, 2, 3. So that's very low if you're saying that this is going to be a priority. The next issue that I wanted to address is the BDF Audit Corrective Action Plan. It was not completed as of 2009. So in this, you're saying that you want to correct that by 2024. However, that corrective action plan has not been shared with RDC, the current members. So if we can get that copy to the delegates, I'd appreciate it. The other condition that you stated was that you wanted a new attorney position. However, as I reviewed all of the budget binders here, that's not included in your budget. There's no position indicated in there, and I'm wondering if you're going to draw it from number 6, the 10 vacant positions. So that's another question that I have. Under number 7, the state of the nation's economy has not been reported to the council, and in there you're saying that the process will be prepared by a consultant. But when I look in the binder, we have several economists, so that should be their primary job instead of hiring outside, because I feel like our Navajo Nation workforce knows the Navajo Nation best. Number 8, we did have a presentation by Change Lab, and we did inquire about a contract, if they did have one in place, or either MOU, MOA, and they did not have a definite answer for us. So just the bid procedure for that, how you were able to determine they were the best fit, if you could explain that as well to the RDC. In addition to that, the ARPA Economic Relief Program, under number 9, you have a balance of $16 million left to be spent in FY 2024. A work session is scheduled in the latter part of September. However, we have not received a draft copy of how you intend to spend that money. So if you can send that over to RDC so that the members can start reviewing. And then as far as your budget comparison, if you could define what a PLF is. I know that Navajo Nation is very famous for acronyms, but if you could define PLF. And then in there, as you stated, for Chin Lee, there's going to be $1 million that's going to be affected as far as the budget. But in here, I do see a PLF for Rocky Ridge Store. You did touch briefly on that, co-managing with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. So if you could give a brief report on that. And then if you could also define in your budget comparison, you did, put in here $50,000 to fund a CFO salary. I want to know what the primary reason is for this position and how it differs from the others, since you are asking for an increase of $50,000. And then also, the same applies with your increase of $121,459 for a transfer of your economist salary from the administration, and what was your reason on why you wanted to transfer that position out? And then on your last page, the 5-year plan will ignite the 164 review process, and you're intending that in 2024. So again, just how you plan to do that. And then I did make a note that the division requests for a carryover of $1.5 million supplemental budget. But when we heard from the office here, Ms. Sam, and also our lovely ladies here, you're at about a 35% of your funding. So how do you plan to use that? What's your timeline? If you could provide a timeline, because in here, you're going to have to create a fund management plan. And has that been drafted, and when are you going to share that? And then also, just things that trigger cannot, things like cannot, will not. So in here, cannot, you have tourism department cannot. And then you listed several things, one of them being the corrective action plan will be completed. And then again, just making notation that we do need to see that. And then also, going back down to, in here, you did state the division will implement the equivalency clause for all economic development special positions. I do see Navajo Nation Department of Personnel on the line. If we can also have a concurrence from them, if that's going to be the case. And in here, it says, currently the division is giving opportunity to internal staff to apply for the positions if interested. So my question is to DPM as well as yourself, will the clause only apply to the internal staff? And then also, will this special consideration be given to all divisions? Or is it only for economic development only? So that would be my question for DPM as well as yourself. And then also, the economist will provide the state of the nation's economy. So, Mr. Skrlanis, you are the director, and I believe that would be part of your responsibility as well. So if you can change number 8 to include yourself. And then also, you did mention a grant writer. Again, looking at the budget, proposed budget, there's no line item or there's no budget for that particular position. And then also, you did state grant writer will apply for grant with Department of Energy. So in relation to our Navajo Nation President, Dr. Nygren's vetting team, how will that apply to that? And then also, as we go through the task, I'll have further questions. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Honorable Qua, for asking a series of questions. So at the time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Division of Economic Development to make a response to the questions that Honorable Qua has posed. So,
And I have my team here, Tyrone is going to help me answer some of these questions. He's in the back, so Patrick, also our CFO, and then I think some of these questions also involve Elaine. And I need our RBDOs, beniding kiri do ani with echelon plan. Dide Isaac Ahasido ya nandish kada. Oyo Akandes is like Diego Ahasido kiti kada oyo Nishiki ako ani with do AI Diego na Nishiki Bansladia so should do I both think that how can they die. तो आज जो खुद आज खुद नाम शिकते दिन आता तो खुद नंते खुद वो निकोता अखो की I Nicola I totally agree with you. So that's something that is there's an attempt to move towards that in this budget, and with some of the ARPA dollars and the positions that we have under that. And again, I will come up with a more clear path on how we're going to do that. And it's really important, especially with communities like that have local governance that want to do more economic development, and some of them they're in terms of the five-year plan, we've gotten a lot of input based on the prior work session. We are in the final stages. I talked to Beatrice, who's under project development, is helping put the final touches based on all the input. The RBDOs had a lot more input on this process, and we will be launching it into 164 review. My goal is to do that within 2 weeks, and part of that, if you guys, if there's a request by the committee for a work session before that, that's fine, but it's something that we'll be able to also amend it once it goes before you in legislative form. But it's really, we have a little over 19 million to work with under the current plan, and we haven't gotten the new amounts for this year yet. BIDF, again, I'm going to have Mr. Horst answer that, Shananda, your question on the BIDF and the corrective action plan. And when will that be presented to the RDC? Emerson?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emerson Horst, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer and also the Division Deputy Director. Just completed my 90 days with the Division of Economic Development and transferred from the Office of Controller and also from the Minerals Department as an auditor. And have many years of experience working in accounting and finance, getting organizations ready for single and financial audits. And so I'm originally from Tuba City, and my father's from Oribe, Griswold. My clan is Ashihi, and I'm born for the Hopi. And I reside here in St. Michael's. Been here for 30 years, and live here in St. Michael's. And my chapter is St. Michael's. Glad to be here. Thank you for allowing us to present. And as far as the BDIF fund, based on the information that I have, there was an audit done in 2009 that that basically identified a number of weaknesses within the BIDF fund, and that those findings were never corrected since 2009. And I'll just kind of summarize that. There was no apparent return of the $5 million BIDF equity investments. In addition, 1.2 million BIDF equity investments have been deemed impaired. Furthermore, DED could not provide information on the internal rate of return of the 12 million BIDF monies invested in commercial development projects. All indications show DED did not perform an analysis prior to investing in BIDF. Also, DED is misstating its financial records. DED is not reconciling its records to the Navajo Nation accounting system to reflect accurate financial information on BIDF investments. Finally, investment files are poorly organized. DED's accounting of BIDF investments is hampered with poor controls and efficiencies. So these findings were established from the Auditor General and later on by Red W. And they have not been corrected since then, since 2009. So it'll be our responsibility within the support services to make those corrections and address all the corrective action plans. So this is an important important task to complete so that we can establish small business financing in addition to the current program with SSBCI. Thank you.
Timeline.
Oh, the timeline will be within the first 2 quarters. We'll have we hope to have everything in place of FY 24. Oh, good. Thank you.
And then in terms of business site lease, again, there was an audit of the leasing process from last year, and we had a major. There's a business site lease review team that's been meeting. They've come up with some really strong recommendations. I know they had a work session with I think the prior RDC, and all those changes, all those amendments, they're being finalized, but we had our own internal review, because a lot of it's, what I try to do is sit through the actual business site leasing process. I actually sit with businesses, and when you sit there and you're working through, you identify kinks, and so I've asked our team, like, let's go through this again. And our RVOs, that's what they're asserting too. So that's why we're really we are replying to the audit that was done on the leasing process. We have to put a corrective action plan in there. That's required, so we're going to have a response to that by this Friday. But beyond that is the actual lease process, Vicki. We want to really, we need a work session again with you, but that's something that's really, there's a lot of work that's been done. So my goal is that the next quarter is that we really get that completed and we get that into legislation. In terms of the attorney position, I presented this to the executive branch budget team also, and again, that is the plan, is to take one of the positions, and we still have to go through that whole process of establishing the position, upgrading that. So that's not going to happen the first quarter. It'll be second quarter. So what we felt like was there was enough budget in one of those positions that we could really do that. In terms of the state of economy and the consultant that we have on board, we actually have a consultant, and this is something that we have budgeted for this year, and we are ongoing. What's contracted out is called a Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, and it's being overseen by Alicia Murphy, who's on the call here. And she's, this is really something that, if you guys can recall, the Navajo Nation used to have an overall economic development plan. And that really drives, a lot of times the federal agencies, they look for that. What's your overall economic development plan and strategy? Really, this is an important initiative, and that will really help us. We haven't had one in a long time, from what I understand. So, again, that's ongoing, and our goal, and again, our economists can also answer this, but our goal is to complete that early part of this coming year, and we'll have an overall economic development plan. They are really, we have a full day session with the staff plan in the next 2 weeks, and again, all the RVDOs are coming in, but there's been a lot of outreach along that too. In terms of the question on the contracting under SSBCI and where it's at, I know they went through a thorough process. A lot of this was already but again, I will let we are moving forward. There is a commitment to change lab. But I'm going to, again, allow Mr. Horst to respond further and give further details on that. And really, if there was any kind of, you're asked really what kind of vetting and what kind of considerations was given. I know there was outreach to the Chamber of Commerce, to the Navajo CDFI2. We have reached back out to those entities. We want them to be really comfortable and be part of the process. They are engaged in the process, but really our lead group is Change Labs. But Emerson, go ahead and respond further.
Thank you, Mr. Scalanis. And thank you again, Honorable IC members and Chair Brenda Jesus. I was in UNM Hospital last week. My wife had major surgery, so yesterday I was chimed in from her hospital bed, but we were able to get discharged and got home late last night, so pardon me for being a little slow here, but I've had enough coffee to wake up here. So as far as the SSDCI, you know, in the budget impact statement, I did write a paragraph kind of indicating or illustrating the summary of the SSDCI. And as Mr. Scalanis stated, the program was in place when he arrived and when I arrived. The first partner is Change Labs out of Tuba City. That's on page 3 of the budget impact statement. So they were vetted with the SSBCI team that was.
Mr. Chair?
Honorable Stowe?
So, just to let you guys know, we have two of the same documents that have the same heading, and they have different, one has more pages, the other has more pages, but it looks like they have the same heading, and whether if one is a draft copy or so I'm trying to figure out which one to go off of. One has 7 pages or 5. The other has 4, or that's not numbered, so, what?
5 pages, these are 5 pages.
Okay, so this regards it?
Yeah. These are 5 pages.
Thank you.
Okay, and I go again. Or back over to you.
Yes,
Now I need to add some more.
Oh, goodness. Try this again. Everybody have the right form here. Should be 5 pages. And on page 3, this is what I'm referencing as far as the SSBCI. So the program, the SSBCI means State Small Business Credit Initiative. The nation was awarded an amount in the fall of 2022 of $89 million. And within that SSBCI, there's multiple programs that the nation has the opportunity to develop. And so to develop that required some narrative, and there's a kind of a term that's a phrase that's used called leveraging tables. And so what the nation has to do is develop a lending program that meets the U.S. Treasury's requirements. It's complicated because the requirements require that the nation complete these tasks in 3 steps. They have a word they call tranche. And so the nation is at that first tranche or first step or first phase initially, and they've selected Change Labs because Change Labs was vetted and meets all the requirements to participate in the program. And in the leverage tables, it was set aside for $21 million, of the $89 million. So currently what we're doing is we're working with Change Labs, the SSBCI team, the investment assigned staff from OOC, and we're working on finalizing the narrative and the leverage tables to submit to Treasury. Then it goes through a review board, and if they like it and everything looks good, then we'll receive our first deposit and begin the program. And so there's 2 programs within Change Lab. 2 programs. One program is for like a new entrepreneur. So a new entrepreneur could be eight months old, and they could receive $5,000 to $50,000 in financing to help begin their business. It will require a lot of coaching, a lot of technical assistance from Change Labs, so that the small business is successful. But even before that, they're also vetted. You come in and they're going to see where you're at as a proposed small business, and then they're going to help you with this technical assistance so that you can survive beyond 1 year. You can be successful. And so that first program doesn't require a credit pull. It's actually it's on character. So if you have all those characteristics, you can be part of that program. And then the partner to that is Nusenda Credit Union, and Nusenda is doing a match with Change Labs. And so Nusenda will also do the underwriting for that loan amount. Then the second program is a larger program for a more mature business. So from $50,000 to $4 million is the range. And that's what CDFI, Native Community Capital, I believe is the name. And they'll do the underwriting and ensure that business, whatever their needs are met based upon their business plan and all of their financial records and so forth. Their credits will be pulled to ensure that a good loan is established. And the ultimate goal for these programs is to create what they call a recycle. We recycle the money. So the money basically is going to be reusable after 10 years. Compared to the BIDF fund, which I read earlier, where the money is not recycled and loans were not underwritten correctly, the money was recycled in the BIDF fund. In the plan for SFCCI, in the two programs, the loan participation and the loan guarantee programs, the objective is to recycle the money. And the way you recycle the money is establishing strong internal controls and strong underwriting requirements. And so that's why the program is a very, very unique program that it just really has a lot of good components to it. So the SFCCI team, Francis Schoberg, Alicia, myself, Ms. Elaine Young, are formulating that application and finalizing that. And we want to get that in within 30 days. We're close to submitting that for review. Upon review and approval, then we can implement phase 1. Also within that paragraph is the SSBCI technical assistant grant totaling $150,000. We have selected Danae Chambers to participate as our partner, and so the deadline was in July, but we were given or granted an extension, not necessarily granted an extension, everyone was given an extension to October. So we are working with Danae Chambers now. Ms. Elaine Young here is the lead with that application with our SSBCI team. And really, you know, the whole emphasis on these different lending programs all center at RBDOs, all center their direct services for small businesses. So small business development is, Mr. Perry, are critical in our development of the narrative, the leverage tables, making sure we address all of the needs at the direct service level, so that when a small business comes in, they want financing, we can help them through these programs. And in this case, it will be Change Labs that we'll partner with to help. And then as far as the technical assistance, it will be Danae Chambers. The third component is phase 2. which will be a venture capital program. And we have begun the discussions with Navajo CDFI as a potential partner. And those are all preliminary at this point. Thank you.
And then, the other question on the 16 million, thank you, Mr. Horsfeld. 16 million in terms of ARPA. We did a report, I have a team too, and we did a report to the Budget and Finance on really what the experience was. We've gotten a report from Building Nation. We understand what the criteria was. There was and we supported that, and we also came up with some recommendations on how to move it forward with my team, and we want to address some of the remaining outstanding needs of the artists. No contract, and we're also talking with our controller on this. What we proposed, and I know I'm going to talk with Madam Chair Shundeen and you on Friday. We really want to have a work session. This is a delicate discussion. It's a lot of dollars. We do want to get more dollars. Business but the larger businesses. So we really want to develop a program, and then we are also have to decide what we want to contract out and what we want to keep internally. Again, we've had discussions with our CFO, so we have some strong recommendations. But let's have a session on that. And again, we had a good discussion with our CFO, Emerson, and I, just about a week and a half ago on this. So, in terms of the Rocky Ridge store, again, what we're doing, Delegate Clause on that is that oil and gas has the ability to clean up the USTs. So Tony is managing that project along with Martina. So Tony, I'm going to ask Tony to please add some clarity to that, how we're going about it.
Good morning, Chair, members of the RDC. Look at the budget. There was 1.4 million that was given to the RVO, and that came from the personnel lapse fund. So, the RVO was trying to get this Rocky Ridge cleaned up and try to do a whole new development. But because of time, meaning that we're in the third quarter of fiscal year, decision was made to take a different direction, which is working with our corporation, nomination only, the gas company, and we will do a grant agreement with them. There's a grant agreement done with them on Blue Gas, C-Store, Chili store. So all that has been done in the past. So what we plan to do is use the same concept, and that will help us meet the timeline to encumber the money. The other is to have oil and gas do the whole demolition, cleanup, and work with the new development out of Bing Home. Bing Home does steel manufacturing of homes, but they said they can also do retail. So that's what we plan to do. And Bing Home is one development that came from a division, and to use that vacant warehouse at the AGS site. So that's how that development is taking place. And we thought that this is a good direction to take to benefit everyone. And then Rocky Ridge is real isolated. So that's how we're going to take this development. Thank you.
And then there's a question on the 50K addition needed for the CFO salary. Tyrone, I'm going to have you answer this one. this year, part of this year's appropriation. 50,000 is, budget that CFO to 100%, not know or recall. CFO is budgeted at 75%. That 50,000 is supposed to cover, the salaries and fringe benefits. And then the question on the economist and why we're transferring that position. And again, it's really a couple of things. One is that economist is a critical position. The Navajo Nation has had that in the past. My experience, it really works well with under the support services. As you recall, it really works closely with our CFO. That's what the plan of operation lays out. And so really that's really just an alignment question, the initiative. And then the other part is that it's really we want to really answer more questions. We want all kinds of information on our nation, and really our support services, our CFO working closely with our economists is really makes a lot of sense in that way. So and all the initiatives we have, that's really the best timeline. Already our economist works closely with our CFO in all the SSBCI initiative, and so I really felt like this was a critical thing to do. In terms of the timeline, fund management plan, equivalency clause, like I'm gonna have Tyrone also answer that question. Then again, division staff, and for the speakers are here. Okay. Okay, so on this question, it already happened. So before we had a problem of hiring economic development specialists, and there was no equivalency clause. So this year, we finally got it to insert that equivalency clause. So now for that reason, we're giving the opportunities, or the RBDOs and small business development, they're giving opportunities for the staff to apply for those positions if they want to. Then after that's complete, we're going to go ahead and do the job vacancy announcement. And then your final question, Delegate Claus, in terms of the grant writer position. I thought we have funding for it this year, yes. And it allows us to at least submit 4 proposals. We want to submit 4 proposals. This comes out of our sessions with the Department of Energy. It came out several times. I got our whole team involved, and we were really kind of the standard after a while because we had so many projects that fit. It's everything. It's everything like from what I talked about, the Turquoise Ranch, things like agriculture, increasing manufacturing capacity, even things like processing centers. There's a whole suite of opportunities. The agreement with the MOU with Department of Energy is not just focused on energy. It's and it also involves like USDA and Small Business Administration. So there's more folks at the table. We are getting invited. I've met with Wahala Johns, who's the Indian Energy Development Director. She really loves what we're thinking. They really are encouraging us to fit. We'll be getting technical assistance from them, but the thing is that we have to apply, Shananta. And so again, we have a consulting budget in admin, so we did budget for some of that, but it's a tremendous need. the other thing too is that I'm asking our grant writer is that, if you guys went to those Department of Energy meetings, there was a lot of nonprofits that were there, yes. There was a lot of, folks from the community, and, we definitely see a real opportunity to partner with those two. That was really what came out of those meetings, is that was actually one of the goals, was to partner with a nonprofit groups. And so, that's something that for some of these grants, it makes sense to go that route. But, that covers all the questions, Madam Chair.
Bushi? Sheha, Ado, Division of Economic Development Staff, Dosha Deja Honorable Kwa, who did questions not being Kidan, Hokodo, Bank, Ishane, Dalia.
The only one I wanted a timeline on is that fund management plan. They give us the timeline when that would be completed.
So in regards to the fund management plan,
The 5-year.
is that the 5-year or?
Tourism.
Oh, the tourism.
Tourism.
Okay. Oh, that's actually being worked on right now, Samantha. Again, we got the money, end of May, the dollars, and Anabin Davis, and, again, we also had our tourism director retire, so we have an acting tourism director, Shania Manis, and she's working with, Emerson and, the accounting staff. They are working on that. Timeline, I'm not sure. I'd say within the next month, but, we're very close to that, Shinta.
Hagoshi? Sheha, Honorable Claw, that's that.
Yes.
Hagoshi. Koto e ya, Shikedo Dasatanigi, but I'd like to have, handle the gavel over to Vice Chair Honorable Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, let's go ahead and, any other, questions, comments? Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Hagoshi. First off, I'd like to, thank the staff with Division of Economic Development. You know, as department managers, you do play a big role, and you're a big asset to, you know, the division in regards to expound on what we're talking about is economic opportunity here on Navajo Nation. And in hopes that one day it'll be a big variable as a form of revenue stream to the Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to commend, you know, the department managers down to the first line workers there with Division of Economic Development. If it weren't for the staff at the very first line of workers, you know, oftentimes, you know, as department managers, we really can't function. So, staff and and to also commend, you know, your team. I have several questions here this morning, starting off with the administration. You had talked about the economist position being transferred to support services. And I had been in the upper management, value employees' input. Miss Murphy that now she will be transitioning from the administration to the support services department. The second one, the SSBCI. I know that this has been in talks, and Resources and Development Committee, along with a Budget and Finance Committee, and Office of the Speaker, we had contacted U.S. Treasury regarding to save the $89 million. As we all know that the SSBCI, due to the big national trillion-dollar debt that was one of the monies that was going to be recouped from the U.S. Treasury level, and it wasn't. So I'd like a timeline of what is the rollout date. When is the rollout date for the SSBCI? And on top of that, I'd like to request, is there going to be a process while Division of Economic Development provide a workflow diagram as to how the determination is going to be made for, I don't know if it's microloans, I don't know if it's business lines of credit loan, or is it going to be merchant cash advance? What type of a loan structure are we really looking at in terms of this? Especially if we're talking about giving $50,000 to $4 million to bigger businesses that have presented themselves to be creditable. Auto in the smaller loan, is it going to be a revolving loan fund? So with that, I'd like to question that on the SSBCI, and with a timeline of rollout and what type of a loan structure and a workflow diagram to indicate this is the protocols of how we're going to be giving out this loans. Now, going off of this same question, I have a concern. As upper management, we should understand the concept of separation of duties or segregation of authorities. We all know, being in the finance world or in the accounting world, we've heard about the Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Why did that happen? Because of corporate governance corruption. On these budget forms, Mr. Horace, you mentioned that you are the CFO/Deputy Division Director. I do not see a Deputy Division Director position in any of these budget forms, number one. Number two, as CFO, Chief Financial Officer, I do see this as a conflict of interest right now. I don't know how this determination has been made, but I just want that clarification. Okay, so that would be 3. Number 4, Change Lab, they presented here to Resources and Development Committee a couple of weeks ago. And they did mention that, I know that this is on the executive side, but we all want the proper due process. Whether we abide by procurement process, do we have a contractual agreement in place? And apparently there is no contract that is in place, which sums up the issue of liability for the Navajo Nation. Scope of work dita. So through this contract, what is their scope of work? What is the payment schedule? What is the deliverable supposed to be in terms of the milestones that's supposed to be met? Change Lab, no. We're not fulfilling our duties and responsibilities as protecting the best interests of the Navajo Nation. So if we can get this Change Labs contract agreement in place, or if you have any further information, I'd like to request that. Number 5, Project Development Department. We talk about business site leases, and we talk about being in compliance, due process monitoring. Now, I know we're still in the process of getting an emergency operating agreement, but yet we have several businesses out there that are currently operating right now. This poses a liability issue. Denahotso, you have that gas station out there. What is the status on the business site lease for Denahotso? The glove factory, we read in the newspaper. Apparently, the Navajo Nation had approved $19 million, and right from Sihasin. If we read the Gallup Independent this past weekend, the glove factory is pretty much has closed its doors for now because they owe back utility rent to the city of Gallup in the amount of $224,000 plus. And I know that this is under project development. I know it is on fee land. How is the Navajo Nation responsible for the $19 million? Are we recouping some of this money? I understand from Office of the Controller that $12 million plus is still sitting in Sihasin. Is this the time now just to recoup that money? That will be our discussion at Friday's meeting with Chair Parrish. The last one under project development is Raytheon out in Nappy, Farmington area. That business site lease had expired back in 2018. But we have employees, we have visitors going in and out of that business site lease, expired business site lease, and that poses a liability to Navajo Nation as well. Because we are the lesser and our lessee. So somewhere as a lessor, as a Navajo Nation, we're not doing our job. So I'd like the responses on those. Auto Inda, we talk about the RBDOs here. We talk about business-friendly concepts. You know, a lot of individuals come to the Navajo Nation in hopes to start businesses on Navajo Nation. I don't know if we have a full overview scale of market feasibility study that are done for the viable populated locations on Navajo Nation. Because as you know, being in the business environment, a market feasibility study is a blueprint of whether a business is viable or not. That brings up this Rocky Ridge store. What is the traffic light? What is the demographic light within 50, 60 miles radius? These are what real business people look at to start businesses. Are we just going to be wasting money and throwing money away? So I'm just wondering if the RBDOs for the more populated density communities within these 5 regions, has there been any intense market feasibility study done? Auto Inda, going on to the real estate department, property management is a big issue. Right now, property management with these current business site leases that the Navajo Nation says we own these buildings, and yet we keep throwing more money at, or we give more financial obligations to our lessees. Say it's your responsibility to maintain these facilities, when yet the Navajo Nation should hold that responsibility. The reason why I say that is if you go off Navajo Nation and you lease a building from a lessor, Aja maintenance is Tobasada. And here as Navajo Nation, we say that we can't do that. So somewhere I'd like to see, as a division director with Small Business Development Department and Real Estate Department, to really come together and start strategizing with risk management of the Navajo Nation through General Services Division and also Office of the Controller, to see how Navajo Nation can exercise that responsibility. The last part is the business site leases. I know that when Mr. Lester Sosi, who was sitting in for Mr. Mahoja with BIA, I know that there's still a lot of BIA leases floating out there. And I know that the Navajo Nation was granted back in 2005 through an enacted legislation by Navajo Nation Council that the Navajo Nation now can exercise and issue out its own business site leases. So what are your plans as a division director? Do you want to take that full responsibility and ownership now? When you're trying to deal with BIA leases, because a lot of it come over to Navajo Nation having some sort of a back rent debt, and they were never monitored for compliance like the way it's stipulated under the Navajo Nation management plan under the business site lease regulations. The audit. I know that Division of Economic Development by now is probably sanctioned. So this BIDF audit has been ongoing since 2009. As a division director, you need to get your whole team together and make this a group effort, a group responsibility to get to that BIDF corrective action plan before RDC. And this is probably one of the conditions of appropriations that I would like to make from RDC as chair. Within the next 6 months, we'd like to see a draft of a corrective action plan. Because at the end of the day, you're hurting the programs by the Navajo Nation holding back 10% of your operational dollars. Department managers, just need clarification, should not on the auto. So back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to give it back to, our Division Director.
I'm gonna start
Vice
back.
Chair. Vice Chair. Real quickly, Chair. Conditions of appropriations by Anaskegia, that could also be a legislative concern. It's a major concern.
Okay. Negotiate, yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm gonna start backwards. The audit in terms of, the IDF, that's really, again, you heard the timeline. So corrective action plan, this is something that, for some reason wasn't addressed by all these prior administrations. So it's been an issue since 2009, and yes, the division has been sanctioned, at, 10%, right? We'll comply with that, and it is a priority to me. In terms of, business site leasing and BIA, I'm gonna have, Elaine answer that. I know we've talked about it. This is a major, concern. Oyos, but now oyo do els and Elaine, can you, answer the question about the BIA leases and, us taking full responsibility for all those leases?
Good morning.
Yes,
sit here.
sit up here.
He's excused for a while.
You got several questions.
Go ahead, have a seat.
Yeah, so RDC chair and the committee here, and then those in the audience as well as the ones that are on the line. My name's Elaine Young. I'm the small business department manager, and na kaidnes no she bashishin de shine ya dashanala ado ya businessan ya dashiche. In regards to the question on the business site lease that I believe that was a discussion with BIA Lester Sosi, and we did acquire the lease as of 2005, as it was mentioned. That's only the Navajo Nation lease. So right now, currently, my staff, the RVDO, and then also project development, we're working with two leases that we do have, which is some still under the BIA and then also the Navajo Nation. And we do also do fee land, so private, but that's very few. But as far as the question that came up on the business site lease is that we slowly have been novating a lot of these leases, old Navajo Nation leases. And a lot of them that do expire on its own term or that expire, those have been converted to Navajo Nation leases. But unfortunately, some of them, the owner-operators have chosen to stay with the BIA. Oyo, I think that's where the question is from our Madam Chair, is that, but we're making every effort to get them novated, and then also to the Navajo Nation lease. But right now, as we speak, we do have a meeting with the Giant Four Corners. When we were going through their agreement and settlement, we did bring that to their attention, that we would like to get them all to be novated. For some reason, they did chose to keep it with business site lease. I mean, under BIA. So under those BIA leases, we still have that are operating under a base lease, and some of them are they have sublessee. So we have these base lease sort of operating as a brokering na loan. And that has been brought to our attention. ACA bonded, although how do we work these in? And how can we get them to novate? AC, what I would be requesting from RDC is that we really need to make it a work session and bring back to the table with BIA to see how we can set and move forward to convert them to Navajo Nation. Because when we acquired that leasing way back 2005, we did, it was mentioned by our leaders that we want to get away from BIA, and we still have quite a bit that are still on there, and we need to move forward and make that commitment to do that. So I believe that there's a way that we can, working with our attorneys, that we can, those BIA leases can be, even though they have base lease and sublessees, so we can still work with them to convert them to all to Navajo Nation lease. And we need to work really diligently with these companies and why they want to stay under BIA. So, what's that?
Madam Chair, though, Vice Chair, want to move on? In terms of the other part too, is that
They're making.
okay. All right, go ahead. There's also the BIA needs of old buildings. Yeah, in most of our towns we have old buildings, and a lot of them are asking, can we take that over, those properties? And that's good. And we met with real estate in Tuba City last week, and they came to our session in Tuba, one that Egbert and I were presenting at. And they want the communities really want to take that over, and they're asking us to ask for it. And a lot of those can be used for business purposes, those old properties. So that's something that I think that should be part of that discussion. And in terms of real estate, Jess Scott Deedwood, you're absolutely right. Madam Chair, these I've witnessed leases that should never have been done. And, even last a week ago we went to lease them, and there's buildings that don't have roofs on them. They're really Yashona, and even sometimes we enter into emergency agreements. These we need to do that faster. On the now, we can't just sit on these properties. Been all vandalized and we're running into a lot of those too. So, but I totally am agreeing with this recommendation. We're doing it already. We recognize that as a problem. But I'm going to turn it over to Jess to add further details on that.
Good afternoon or good morning, honorable members of RDC. The question pertaining to property management on some of these business site leases, there has been some collaborative talks with Office of Controller, mainly property management, in terms of getting some of these property insured by risk management. One of the roadblocks with that was that since the Navajo Nation has the accounting system where a lot of these properties are entered into the system as assets. So a lot of these assets are tracked through the FMIS system, and they're usually linked to a business unit number in terms of financial accounting for depreciation and information like that. So risk management uses that information as well to assess the risk associated with some of these buildings. Since most of these properties are built not under direct Navajo Nation funding, some of them are acquired properties, OOC cannot really put a asset into the financial system So right now, we are still trying to collaborate with property and risk management to try to strategize on ways we can implement some of these assets that are turned over to Navajo Nation Real Estate after leases have expired. Currently, some of the buildings that have expired leases or leases that have been terminated, we have been working on little things like trying to secure these properties, like boarding the windows, putting locks on doors, implementing security doors to try to minimize vandalism and things like that. We currently do have some orders set up where we get supplies from Home Depot or Gallup Lumber to try to curb vandalism some of these buildings. But on most of the properties that are dilapidated or beyond, anything else, those properties, we usually kind of don't really bother those. It's just to continue site visits from those. Those are usually for like demolition or cleanup.
And then, and the next question is on RBDO, the next question in terms of feasibility on the market studies. A lot of times these decisions are made, and again, second time around, even before, about the political pressure, there's a lot of that kind of pressure to make these decisions sometimes. And and this is something I think we are doing this with the 5-year plan, is that it's got to actually be land deep. Rocky Ridge gave, the business owner was actually looking at 2 other potential sites, but then it was really determined that the funding was actually to fix up the current site, So that determination has to be made according to the current site, the building, so then and from our determination is I got up on Facebook budget. Let's really follow it through, And the other side of it is that it's a very rural population. Gilcon, those are really the close areas, and Chinle, so the Avon Sea kids, and now I don't think that we not so that a lot of them are impacted by the land dispute. Ban City kids, it's really a food desert item. But but I'm going to turn it over to Elaine to explain the feasibility analysis in some of these decisions.
Thank you, Mrs. Kulanis. Again, in response to the question from Honorable Jesus, the feasibility studies and the market studies on some of these businesses, and within the 5-year plan, for sure, we do include the feasibility studies for the 5-year plan. But those that are already in place and those that are operating already, or in this essence, the Rocky Ridge looking at the files, I don't believe we do have a feasibility study. And in this case, a lot of them, they continue to operate, even though they're in the rural areas, these old stores, and based on it gets to be a social need then, and they continue to operate and service those areas that are very in the remote areas. So during the winter, it's hard for them to travel out to these, and it is a distance away. So so we sort of sometimes have to give and take on some of these development, but we made every effort on the 5-year plan to get these new ones that we include, and they have feasibility studies, so they are included. So these, existing ones, CKA, we need to, probably relook at it and relook at the feasibility, and if there's none, we'll make sure that, work with the RBDO to, look at this and come up with a feasibility study for Rocky Ridge.
Madam Chair and Vice Chair, one of the things that we did recently is I took our whole staff and we met with the 8 chapters for George Pulse, and we gave them an economic development workshop. So they did it on the community college. We spent most of the day with them, and part of our teaching was the economic renewal of, you know, that you improve what you have first. I thought on this stage today, it's a really important thing, and a lot of us as economic development, a lot of times we think, when I thought on this stage, they're the most invested, some of them, nobody ever approaches them to figure out how they can improve their accounting, their marketing, if they need financing, you know, so that's really, I feel like this is really an economic renewal kind of project. I'm gonna have Tony really help me here, project development, but these are all discussions we have. We're really on top of the glove factory, and we look forward to updating you on Friday. It's something that we understood what's happening. Really, again, I'll let Tony kind of describe it.
Good morning again, Chair and members of the committee. The question that was raised about is the site leases and taxi standards. We are addressing that. Apparently, here with Navajo Hopi Land Commission, they were able to revise their authority where they can also recommend approval of leases. So we're going through that step. So there is a lease with Bashas, not signed, went through the process. And the way it works now is that we would first go to Navajo Hopi Land Commission, get their approval, then from there we go to the DED approving committee. But in the past, we went to the approving committee first, then we were instructed that you have to get the blessing of Navajo Land Commission. So that's kind of where it's at. We have an existing emergency operating agreement with the tenants there, Batches, the Pizza Edge, and the laundromat. So those are in place. The question about the glove factory, we are coordinating the working relationship with the Department of Justice. As you know, that whatever was in the paper is there, and we're looking at different options. The thing about that development is that we have an existing contract with IDS, Indigenous Design Architect, and also NECA. It's called a CMAR contract, Construction Management at Risk, and it's to design a 60,000 square foot warehouse. So we're keeping our options open. We're meeting. We have the attorneys involved, and we should, hopefully will be addressed soon. I know that we're doing the best to do it, and again, keeping all our options open. But keep in mind that Division of Community Development, the directors here, and everybody's always looking for a warehouse, a vacant building. So this building may be used for that purpose as time goes along. So I just want to bring that to your attention there. The Raytheon coordination with Real Estate Department, it's in the process of being renewed, and then a lease should be in place soon. There was some discrepancy on the survey, boundary survey, and all those are being addressed. So at least will be in place. The believe that it kind of answers the question. Oh, there's also an emergency operating agreement in place for that site. It's one of the new developments, that took place, and it's just a matter of time to get the lease in place. Thank you.
And I'm gonna have, Emerson answer the question about Change Labs and, the timeline for contracting. And again, what was the process? Did we follow the Navajo, procurement process? So give us a timeline on that. And, what's the oversight and, how do we ensure delivery of, the work and the scope of work?
I thank you, Mr. Scalanis, and thank you, Honorable RDC members and Chair Jesus. Yes, the discussions at this point are all preliminary with Change Labs. Under the initial ARPA, $2 billion that was received, there was two forms of contracts, and one was an SRA, subrecipient agreement, and so depending upon the type of contract, or actually the service or the product, the contract was used, whether it's a service contract or an SRA. And so the relationship with Change Labs to implement that set of interests of the Navajo Nation, the SRA was modified, the subrecipient agreement, and to fit terms and conditions with the SSBCI. So that is in place, and then once the contract is implemented, all those terms and conditions will be identified so that we can measure performance. So the subrecipient agreement is an important tool to measure how the company, the subrecipient, performs on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Okay.
In terms of the duties, the conflict of interest between CFO and deputies, and then, again, this is something that I tried two different ways. I'm constantly calling to the president's office and meetings. Although you got to deal with the community, the project, or a lot of them, they're big companies that want to meet with the division director. Even if I send staff, kind of like, and I need somebody else that I can count on. And I've tried different staff, and and even when Mr. Horst came in as our CFO, I started giving him more and more duties. So division of personnel actually analyzed all the workload I was giving him on top of the CFO duties, and they're actually the one that recommended that we add the deputy title to the positions. And it's really, and I understand the concern, and we'll figure out how to address the conflict of interest question. And it has been raised by one of the staff also, that this potentially is a conflict, and I've never had that role before, like where it's fixed role like that. So I'll figure out a strategy around it, but just so you know, that comes out of a serious need. And I really try to stay focused though, the way I try to focus on a few projects at a time, and so that you want to add to that?
Good morning, honorable RDC members and Chair. So yes, the role as deputy division director was vetted and verified by EPM on my PAF. So it is established there as a responsibility. And the other part to that is the internal controls of DED. That was really the key to this role, is establishing stronger internal controls within the division. And so the EAS forms were changed. They weren't changed when I came, even though Mr. Sloan was in charge for several months, the authorizations were not changed to allow Mr. Skowronis to be the person to sign off on the budget, and then also any expenditures. It also led to the changes in staffing, one particular staff, and then we also have another issue that we're dealing with now with the FY22 single audit, and so we're working on that. So it's really critical, and it was necessary. It was a good decision by Mr. Skowronis to establish this role so that we can improve and make sure we meet all of our mission and vision statements.
And then the SSBCI time, I'm jumping around. Okay, we jumped that. Okay. And then so that's that. And then the economist position, again, I'm going to have Mr. Horst answer that. This is in practice what I've already started doing. Again, again, OU department managers, so RBDO هذا الشخص هذا بتنجني قطع بتنجستون دو خاطنا ذنب بتناش أكو ساتا إيش أنا بأكون سنزوجها هم يمكن تتراوى تندلون هذا الشخص أكون ذنب النت خاطر سدا هذا لا بتنجنا صوت نك أشوفي نك أشوف يشتي دي دو هذا سدا دان مش دا سدا سدا يان دا الشاو ده ADE at OU we've straightened them out. A-hole is going, yeah. And a good example is the city, you know. I spent 4 hours leading that discussion with the community. I'm going to places like Chinle, to Shiprock, Diego, and Dahas. We started meeting with, like, last week we met with Mr. Naz and his community. We are really starting to really outreach alcohol. So that was Johnny at all net I hope to show here of enough. So I was Shanda and the skate Shanda and the ski to that he get a dead easy that I take serious just cut the car so she can't dust or so the never shop. I saw the fun thing additional according to quarter that like the economist was I said those oil those shopping got on and then you know alcohol late all plan of operation but because it's not an idea in the it's under the CFO position but and then what on to set out and we used to have a trip for the trip for the Horry. He was an economist position that worked closely with our CFO, and we cranked out the annual economic development plan every year so that in the on that إذا خليت هذا في خط الشغل so you a lot of chapters they don't have these statistics. But Mr. Horst, please add to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Skowronis, and again, good morning, RDC members and Chair Brenda Jesus. Yeah, so the change in this position from administration to the economist, moving the economist position from administration to support services is consistent with our plan of operation. Just like to add to that. On page 12, it has support services department, and within that, there is a paragraph that relates to that particular role. Maintain real-time data to monitor small businesses, commercial, economic, and industrial activities to generate socioeconomic and other statistical information. And of course, this is also consistent with the days when 20 years ago when Mr. Skowronis was here, there was Phil Scott, and in that, within the economist role was Trip Charters back in the days. And so that is the same structure that we are proposing to go to. Thank you.
That all the questions to answer your questions, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I just have one follow-up. You know, with just everything that was shared here, comparing it to current budget where your grand total for FY '23 was $8.8 million, and that's including general funds and external. To this point, you only have expended 46.47%, which is less than 50%. You know, when you really monitor your budget closely, I see some of the departments, they had spent some of their funds, where, in terms of percentile, business regulatory has spent 66% to this point, also project, development, Eastern RBDO, Shiprock, and Western. But my concern is, the budget to this point, and we're already going into September, so we're actually just a month out, and I would hope that these, funds would have been 75% or higher expended. So you, as Division of Economic Development, you're bringing to us that you need, the unmet needs, which was attached as an exhibit to the legislation. And right now, with that, it just tells me that, economic development in terms of your expenditure, it really doesn't, justify that you really need additional funding, especially if, you know, you haven't even met, you know, the threshold that's required. And then the other part of it is, I want to pose this question to our Office of Management and Budget. These numbers that we're given on you all's exhibit under, B, third quarter budget status report. This, original budget, does this include the 10% that's being withheld because Division of Economic Development is sanctioned? So those are the two questions I'd like to request, ask, Vice Chair Johnson, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Tony?
Shenandoah, it's a valid point, Patrick, and, maybe you can help me answer this question first. Tyrone, it really, we report to the programs that they're not performing, they're not meeting the funding level, you know. And I think the real outlier is Chinle RBDO, because we have that 1.4, but we are going to expend that. That's what, as Tony reported, that's really something that's ongoing. But are there some others that, you know, if you have a better explanation of why we have some dollars that are unspent in certain programs?
Good afternoon, committee of the RDC members. Knowing the and division staff, regarding the percentage of the expenditure level, and probably all falls back to management. That the new administration, when the CFO was hired, all the expenditure authorization form was changed just to mostly to division director and the CFO. So all the previous one, they were taken off, and there was no staff to sign on to approve 6B purposes aid. That's one of the reasons why, like then the expenditure just stalls. So that's the reason why the expenditure level is low. So it's really no activity. It is. That answer your question.
Good morning, Chair, members of the REC Committee. My name is Joseph Silversmith. I'm the Department Manager for Business Regulatory Department. And just speaking on the budget, those numbers are from the third quarter. They're about 69%. A lot of them do have expenditures that have taken place, encumbrances that we have, reconciled with the division. I've been working with the, administration on their expenditures and our sponsorships and things that we have due that are coming this last quarter. There's a lot of fairs coming up. There's a lot of items that we need to purchase for promotional items for the parade, things of that sort, and, we are addressing that. And, with my department, we're gonna be pretty much 100% expended. I expect all the other departments to be on the same level, so we will be addressing that. And, you know, the need is there for the unmet needs in terms of, our department. We have regulatory functions that we oversee. We're actually seeking two, additional positions to be funded. So whether or not we get those, it's up to, leadership. So, I would just like to address that. So it's not like we're not spending it and we're not acknowledging it and that it's not there, but we do have knowledge of it and we are spending the funds and working on it currently. So that's my response to that. Elaine, what's that?
Again, Nana, Elaine Young again. I oversee all of the RBDOs. All of these, their budgets, some of them, they're gonna be expended. As mentioned, Rocky Ridge, Beach and Lee is gonna be expended. And, we do combine a lot of our resources when we, contract some of these services out for pre-leasing or pre-construction or pre-development. In the areas of surveys, resurveys, so EAs, ADE, it's all combined. So they're gonna absorb all of those in those areas, such as the contractual service, so, the special, transaction. So those are the areas that we are, expending. And then as far as our, small business portion, we've utilized, our resources for, just some of the pre-demolition, type of areas, which is the, assessments that are gonna be needed on a lot of these old sites, buildings that are gonna be, demoed and cleaned up. Thank you.
Good morning, and RDC members and honorable beneficiaries. Just like to add, and part of our internal controls, coming from OC, I've passed 6 accounting modules all the way up to general accounting. So I'm versed in the FMS accounting system. And, you know, the accounting system is all online. So I was able to approve transactions while my wife's in ICU, and I was right there by her side. I was able to work and approve transactions in our part. So we're under the new administration and leadership, we are really on top of managing how managers spend their money at the department levels. So it's really important so that we reach all our goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just want to add to that, some of the unexpended funds are mostly tied up in vacant positions for personnel. So with real estate, we are collaborating, coordinating a project contract. So we're getting all our contract funds encumbered before the end of the fiscal year. But other than that, we've started the year with 2 vacant positions. Right now, we filled both of them, and we have 2 more vacant positions with real estate. So most of our funds are unexpended in personnel.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair.
Again, Sheha, for making responses. And I think that these are really, you know, valid questions as Resources and Development Committee that we have to pose. One final question that I have is from your revenue stream of business site leases, do you have a breakdown on how much business site lease revenues that the regions get? Just to get an overall understanding of how much contribution is being made to the general fund.
Good morning again, RC members, and the chair, Brenda Chiefs. We can get an update on that, from the fund balance, from Mr. Rob Willie. Make that request to get that information.
Okay, so next in queue with the, Honorable Phil.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, and trying to figure out if we're on reporting or is this legislation about the budget. And, let me go to some numbers. We know that the overall budget from FY 24-23, there's a difference of $583,000. Difference between the two fiscal years. That's the increase. And those increases that are there, I'm sure, is budgeted to the areas that is needed. But going back to OMB's report, the reason why yesterday was indicated where's OMB, and this number here is the expenditure of the total what is left, minus also what is expended. And it really makes you think that the last legislation I got through the council working, and that's what it's for. I always say that if there's a lapse, if there's savings in the program at the end of the year, there's something wrong. Either there's something wrong with management, or they don't need the money. So basically, whatever lapse is something that when you determine that's what's not going to, you're going to not need. So, j'en kodoba ko eda ja ostande. Ishi ado so I always say that right now I understand that this is the first year of the Niger and Montoya administration. First quarter was under the Nez Lyles administration. Everybody was on campaign mode. The division directors were all on campaign mode, all of them. And so there was no okay society odds, and then I think the managers were just saying, keep busy. Act like you're working. I mean, that was all one thing. So they kept the office floating. And so you look at the first quarter, there wasn't much expenditure. And that's October to December. There's not much expenditures that were made. You look at the second quarter, that's the inauguration. So honeymoon stage of the administration to learn the process, especially with the division director coming in. The new division director was the new individuals, and at the same time you have existing management trying to educate the leadership on the basic concept of the administration of what AD is charged with. Today, we're in the third quarter. You stuck your toe in the water. Is that cold? How cold is the water? So that's why you're out there getting out there. There's people out there in the area trying to get a hold of the program, trying to get your assessments out there. So this will tell you what the program is expending. Usually the normal behavior of programs is the third quarter, end of third quarter and beginning of in the fourth quarter, they start buying chairs, they start buying oak desks and all this stuff. And the Navajo Fair start to pay some money for the Navajo Fair for the that we passed out, the parade route. So I found about kohotide, kodo, nin anigi a number, when the Three Branch Trees Agreement happened, the President left with what was allotted, that negotiation. The legislative branch and the judicial. Then off of that, Chief of Staff told you, Tony, this is what you're getting. Make it work. So your 12 program, you guys decided how much is going to go into what business unit. So, one is that, was there any questions to the Chief of Staff about additional resources, not carryover, about additional resources? Of the fear that your office may have been underfunded, because that number wasn't determined by you, it was determined by Mr. Chief of Staff and the President's office. And that's the reason why I have concerns about the process of the budget hearing. The budget hearings, we actually got even now cricket, which is a whole different process now. And we found out where the needs were. You know, like the individual talked about, majority of the unspent funds are in personnel lapse funds. We know that personnel lapse fund, we can't move around because that's present for, that's by law. It goes into a certain fund, a certain pool. Alcohol, but what I would recommend is that based on we know that personnel lapse is gonna trigger. We know that the lack of no carryover is gonna trigger. And it looks like, the way I look at the numbers, you have 4.5 million out of 8.1. About 50% expended right now, and overall. And what I'm getting to is that the program just has extra money. Not showing us the need that you're expending. Washington's going, this is set up the federal government. If you don't use the dollars by a certain date, they recapture the dollars, and the dollars go back to the U.S. Treasury. So, my intent was to change the culture in Window Rock. We had one program that was carrying over multiple physical years, carryovers, years and years, and one program had almost $900,000 in carryovers. Oh, I can't expend these dollars because I don't have the staff. I don't have this. And I remember Mr. Carl Slater went with the amendment and wiped out the carryovers as a comprehensive budget years ago. So, my view is that you agreed to the transaction that what Mr. Sandoval gave you. If you did not tell him that you need extra funds in project development or in tourism, we need a little bit more this year. That tells me that you agreed to that and they gave you that and without budgeting that. So my intent right now is I'm going to support this budget that you brought forth. Only thing that I'm going to tell you is that numbers. All your vacant positions that is in this budget here. Those vacant positions, when it's funded, it's going to fund from October 1st. The question is, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those 8 vacant positions on October 1st, well, you have those positions filled. Number 2, if not, adjust the timeline and take a quarter of that money, meaning that with personnel process, EPM, and so forth, advertising, the probably gonna take you 3 months. So, instead of budgeting for, 2,080 hours, budget for 3/4. That way you have that money you can put where you want to put, where you need. And then I was looking at the as the discussion happened pertaining to the BIF funds, the cap.
Business development,
Yeah.
industrial development.
So that cap, looking at, what's the budget man, OMB number is, no single audit report. And I believe there's another audit term in here. Additional appropriation legislative concerns against. Meaning that, it wasn't a concern, but, OMB, I'm not too sure if the oversight is indirectly what's being that. Because, I would have liked to see that on here to alert the oversight to see that the audit, issued in your sanction. And, with that, if there's any other audits that are in place, get us, please make the oversight, let us know. The other is, you know that, you talked about a property, and that property you talked about is Rocky Ridge. I'm taking that as a report. I view that as a report. But since it was brought up, 1.4, that property under the, is it 100% economic development? Or do you just have a, manager to manage the facility for you? Because I clearly see a, conflict of interest when that managing and navigation council overall. And, that is my concern. Out of the proceeds, yes, taxes are paid, but how much is taken back in as profit? And, I think that you, as economic development, should immediately raise those concerns to the Department of Justice. Because, you, as employees, have the responsibility. And, you know, something is triggered, caution-based things with both me. You're gonna, Mr. Rob, Mr. Scalanis, you're gonna say, oh, I just came in. But as a new administration, it's a reflection off of the administration. Those things, those numbers just want you to change. Other than that, like I said, you agreed to what the chief of staff, the numbers he gave you, you budgeted, the managers, and you guys got it, you got it to the point where all you guys are all satisfied. All the programs under economic development, they're all satisfied. I haven't here, we need more money in this area class. So I think you guys are all okay. And then just looking at what OMB gave us information about unexpended funds, I really doubt that those funds are going to be unexpended, or it is going to be expended by October 1st. So, with that, and I don't support the carryover. With that, my vote is going to be no across the board for carryover this year. Because there's a reason. Travel programs, vehicle budget that is for a certain purpose. And this is exactly this binder here, and when it comes for the committee, we are providing direct services. Direct services is directly to the Navajo people. In this case, the form of direct service that you provide is to Navajo individuals that have questions, or Navajo businessmen, businesspersons, or other businessmen. But getting down to this, this was, and I'm going to try to follow how much money was carried over. Returned back to the Navajo Nation this year, because that's going to tell me that the program can work with less. And then the other is that, that's just pertaining to the budget. That's all I have my concerns for the budget that you have provided here in the name of direct services to the Navajo people. And that's just my recommendation for the, and then as you move those monies over, include the fringe. Because you have the salary and the fringe that's included, and move the adequate amount of fringe benefits over so that you only fund that position for 3/4. Okay. And that's my recommendation. And other than that, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Still.
Nandako, ani da kai city out, so a lot of these are vacant positions and fringe benefits. So we are aware of that, and that's where a lot that we are filling those. Our timeline, everything by October. We can advertise. The applicant applies for it. We can work really hard to make sure, and if that's the case and we see more time, we'll make those adjustments. In terms of the audits, there are numerous audits. There's like the site lease audit that was completed. That's probably not even on the records yet, but we're responding to that. I understand that there's a prior year, maybe a couple years back, P card audit. So we'll share all those, and the BIDF A2009 that's all good. See instead the ASO, everything. We share that with the committee. Yes, BIDF audit. I know Rocky Ridge Store. Hey, I'm gonna have it, Elaine. You're absolutely right. We're hitting on that. We asked for that conflict of interest research. It's been done. I feel that we are working towards addressing that. Yeah. But there's not. I can't. Some of this probably is should be done in the executive session. I really can't share, but we are totally aware of what your concern is, and we are dealing with it in the right. I feel like the right responsible way. But that's if it's okay with the committee, I'll answer it that way.
All right, thank you. So let's go in. I'd like to go ahead and give Chairman Dinez, before you start, Chairman, I'm going to give the gavel back to Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Neswa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Mr. Skolonis. Got it on staff. Got Tony is the person who wrote Title 26. So, chapters OGA, so, certainly appreciate OMB. Arnie, you're always busy. I know OMB spread across committees. Tony, you really inherited a lot, just like that audit. all these administrations came through. It's on you to correct that with your staff. So it is quite about this on the OMB report quite the section C, third quarter performance assessment report is number 3 meets expectations. Number 2A needs improvement nila. Number 3 it's like you're in the middle of a program that needs improvement in what's expected. But now on this even yaron hitato naka based on hide no kero. You're right now you're asking for an increase of funding. It's okay. You're asking for an increase, and pro el case on the hastroki the whole 2.6 the baka Chopago support services department 2.6 3.0 3.2 the baka other tourism is and how 2.6 and 2.6 2.4 and how tourism it's you're really needing improvement right in that area. I mean, a few years ago, it was reported to us that tourism internationally is a $3 trillion industry. I mean, we have some beautiful places on the Navajo Nation. Look at Canyon de Chelly, Spider Rock. Look at Monument Valley, Antelope Point, all of the Hajunda. There's a lot of tourists. And it needs improvement. What would the improvement be, Mr. Skoulonis? Is it the staff that doesn't know? Do they need training? Last year, 3 years, 4 years ago, at the hotel, at the hotel, got the Hashtag Nako, 11 years, corporation, so, it is quite a data OMB for report he Koro Hotel Nature Holia. I don't think Corona source Nature Forza Mr. Skoulonis. Under economics introduction, further delegation to LGA chapters was to allow chapters to drive, benefit from, and develop creative mechanisms such as bond financing, NALA, for larger developments. Ended the 7 months now, you're into your 7th month as the division director. And this is kind of something that I finally am seeing, that someone's going to actually go out to the LGA certified chapters. Now, a few years ago, Upper Fruitland chapter hired an attorney and drafted a tax ordinance. Man, that was a lot of work, and Upper Fruitland chapter paid a lot of money for this to this attorney, and it was brought to the tax commission office, and they were supposed to review it. And they would say they would give a report at the cohort system. Chapters really need to, after post-certification from LGA, they need to look at how to generate revenue, and this would be part of it. Chinle, they have a lot of businesses. Tuba City, there's a lot of businesses. There's businesses here, Window Rock, St. Michael's, Shiprock, Ahunanat, Ekayenta, Ahunanat. How do we help these local chapters? Some of them are LGA certified. I'm glad you wrote this on there. Espera horizontal de pecado. Maybe they'll generate more money than what the council will be allocating for them. Maybe the council doesn't need to allocate money to some of these LGA certified chapters in the future because they'll be generating revenue. And then at the bottom of that same part there, at the same time we started meeting and reaching out to communities to partner. That's good. Yeah, chapters the overview of Kaki. Number 8 the State Small Business Credit Initiative, Kagi. Navajo Nation, $89 million from U.S. Treasury. There's a young man, very highly intelligent. Now, I see young leaders getting elected. We have a young president. Young people that want to become successful entrepreneurs. There was a young man that asked a very successful businessman, and he's been watching and studying him, and he approaches him and he asks him, "Sir, Mr. Dornan, how did you become a successful businessman? And, you know, you're very successful, obviously. But my question to you, what should I do? How should I get started?" was his question. And this businessman had a very simple one answer to him. And he says, "Decide, Badon." Wow. You know, make a decision. Whatever it's going to entail, decide that. Find out everything there is about it. Create a business plan. Whatever in this case, that young person is making a decision as to what he wants to do, but he needs your help. Needs your help. One young man came to me from one of my chapters, and he's now living in Phoenix, very frustrated. Letter between us, you're approved, but don't know from ARPA. Oh yeah, but you know, man, I was doing follow-ups for him for the past few months, and she in that and could also be on cost. And the man resigned from his position. Let this young man thought that should not need coin also shale so approve it at no. But it and Nila Allahot Ina Walla Lanta Nina Bedina. So young people, they get discouraged. They want to come back to the nation. They want to be a part of this economic development, create jobs, businesses. So when they do that, they want to at least generate some money back into the nation. Hold on to that case. Tony. Karon hidan kadi jahan neniki kompeso fatnas nezle. Eshe hit arobchan khura seta. So odi hodonsh nal chorsigi ke adotida economist no bayatke economist. A few years ago, Alan Greenspan was the economist for the United States, US of A. We need an economist like that. This is how you can grow and hit it on nation. Higher than every year. Why is it like this? Maybe there is one of our young people that really has that energy and the zeal to say, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to change this part of the Navajo Nation's economic system. At our charging stations, Nana, we need that, Tony. Kotide hot koron dik a budget again hitafonin Tony. Ya ananda nishiki batin kedo hodatin nesto hotero le no koron hitaron hasot ha. Pare ha kwaki form 2 again number 1 on form 2 again nila program performance measure. Establish division-wide goals that effectively support OPVP goals and initiatives on the Navajo economy. I have some very serious concerns with that right there, Mr. Skalanis. I should teach out of a kaki, Khala, Nenan, President Nygren. He has campaigned, and part of his political campaign promises is right here. You need to delete that. That is a campaign promise if it says to support OPVP goals. We're giving you money so he could fulfill his campaign promises. To me, that's not right. You need to delete that section and reword it to where, however you feel that the goals and initiatives set by Division of Economic Development is going to move forward. You're not saying President Nygren Bade. One nego benina 80 peso de ni keda no nenegi akwagi do shia shonda do shot era kadia hot avocado. If this wording stays the same and it comes before the Navajo Nation Council, the Navajo Nation Council is going to have fun with this statement right here. State number 3, promote entrepreneurship support for development and advancement. 222 all the way. That's good. Business. Under any could OMB report here. I'm actually proud of Shiprock's RBDO. You know, and right here, Shiprock RBDO, report their report card here. Can the 4.0 car? Wow, that's an honor system there. You know. They're in the elite group here from Shiprock. So I'm proud of that. They have 4.0, 3.5, 3.5. That means they're doing something at least up there. wouldn't it be nice for all of the other agency RBDOs to have 4.0s? That is your job with your team there, to see what is Shiprock doing that the rest need to be doing. They can all help each other too. So, and then at the bottom of each one it says number of jobs created per quarter. Shiprock Bihiki 888 Lana Hunson. I know during COVID, it really affected us negatively. Stores were shut from a certain time and they had to open up by a certain time. People had to wear a mask and businesses that is called Celine. So it is quite just go by this I don't want to be long-winded, so that will be my statement, my concerns. 1 year, we're going to see the results. We're going to see how much y'all have planted and the results of those fruits. Isn't that enough, Finnegan? Go ahead. Chair, back to you. Go ahead.
Written as for, with some recommendation and comments that were made as well as questions. I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Honorable Shauna Kwa with follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair.
Your question.
Could I have?
Could you respond?
Yeah, all my responses like everybody did.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize, okay. So, Daisy, let's go ahead and wait, and let's go ahead and yield the floor back over to Division of Economic Development for response to Honorable Nez's question.
Okay, 그래서 지난달로 19 길이 아니 we're adopting a lot of the audits and stuff, and I feel like I see it as an opportunity, and that's the way I've been looking at them. And I recall working with it and seeing it as a real effective tool. That's why that's really the number one job of our CFO is we want to really rebuild that. And 10% needs program budget is a cost. Yeah, show that. So auto business site leasing. So I really welcome that report. So and I'm also the one that went to Congress to get that delegated to Navajo years ago. The further delegation to the chapters, the sales taxes, those are really important. And even we are really making improvements, and again, I adopted a team that went, they're like ping pong with the election, the new administration, and and so we are making improvements. One of them is like we're adopting project management software through Microsoft 365. We are teaching staff how to set that up. We want to really educate them on how to better manage their projects. That there are failings on across the board. Yeah, we need project management skill sets. Also, there's things like construction management. Our staff need help. And project development, they're really spread out as it is. So we're bringing on that additional capacity, but we're using the ARPA dollars, just so you know. And for both Emerson, NOTA, and our team, they're helping me fill those positions. We have some are being advertised even now. And a lot of it's also building the teamwork, and having a real stronger, program, directors meeting, and having the RBDOs be part of that at every level, getting, our accounting staff, to constantly report where we're at on financing, where we're at on the budget. Those are things that we've incorporated, and, really improving the communication. I'm spending a lot of time with the RBDOs, going out there, and again, I know all the problems. I see all we're working through all the challenges, but we are making major inroads on that. In terms of the again, need to our young people, and I identified somebody that was approved for ARPA, and they didn't get their dollars. Again, I wasn't aware of that, Shananta. That might be something that, again, Mr. Horst, and we have some folks that are really reorganizing that program, yes. Basically, I think part of it probably is that they were caught in that contract, Building Nations one contract, none is on the auto together without about Quinn. Ko ADGD because Harden Danky, 8 to the large for the 8 to the Zahator, that the Nobel that we got, and that contract expired Building Nations was based on 9 names. So, but please, keep, I want to know who that person is. Let our staff know. In terms of the economists, we really, what do you really need now? That retail dollars is like 800 million. Only in Yago best for you tourism 5% they were captured. So all you hotel needs, and all you restaurant needs. We need simply, but we started meeting with them, and how do we make it where our Navajo people can choose to stay on the res and shop like in a place like Chinle versus going to Gallup and Farmington, and it's going to take major dollars, and it's going to take major creativity, and so and there's a lot of things policy, state aid policy, things like what areas should we lower the tax bracket for? What areas should we increase taxes for? What kind of creative initiatives should be developed? A lot of those, we don't have those kinds of tools, we don't really have that kind of decision like research ability. So I'm in agreement with you on that kind of information that would be critical. I really, in terms of the revenue under the Local Governance Act, we really are looking at that. And that's what we've met with Shanto, we've met with Tuba, we're talking to a lot of the chapters that are LGA certified. Our staff are even in Loop today, because there's authority to create things like local parks. That was an authority, and we envision, when we're writing LGA, we envision that a community may want to manage its own park system and create the revenue, create the management. They might do a better job. They would do their own leasing and keep the revenues local, keep the taxes local. That would drive more investment into infrastructure. We're witnessing that at Tuba City. They're actually funding all the pre-development on the new hotel. The chapter is, you have an LGA chapter, and in a way, the chapter president's actually driving the development. So, I mean, that's an LGA chapter really flying, and you see that with Shanto. Shanto is chapters, it's almost like you're meeting with business people. We're sitting down with them. We're planning all kinds of projects. Obviously, we're finishing a motel there, but we are talking about like the railroad. They have authority over part of the railroad because they're an LGA chapter with authority for business site leasing. So, like I'm hosting a meeting this weekend with all those chapters out there, talking about that railroad. This is an example. LGA chapters can really fly and grow the as a nation. So, and that's really what they've been missing is that ability, that help from the Navajo Nation. Cool. That's something that we as a, at least, I'm in this position, I really want to change that. We're having a lot of discussions on the charging, the solar and electric charging stations. This is one that Department of Energy is very interested in funding. We are working on several of these projects where we're incorporating electric charging stations, and so it's really high on our list of priorities. California, I think by a certain date, I think 2025, most of their new car sales are going to be electric cars, and that's where most of our visitors are coming from. So everybody knows. Tourism, we're very aware of that, and that's part of our we are having meetings. We're doing a lot of team meetings. We have a lot of new team people in our tourism department, and you're absolutely right. In our meetings with communities, we're looking at like how do we improve signage? How do we improve create different types of attractions, and how do we work with the hotels? How do we better advertise and build better marketing? I've been having our team go to a lot of these different conferences and stuff to showcase Navajo, but we want to partner too. Let's partner with the enterprises. Let's partner with the communities. So we'll make that change of the budget in terms of the priorities, in terms of tying it to the president's priorities. And this is I see your points, and we'll make that change. It's really an important item that you identified. That'd be my response to that.
Does that clarify all your questions?
I have a follow-up.
You have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Skolonis, for your responses. You're asking for a certain amount of money. I believe it's $300,000 for demolition of former businesses that were abandoned and probably dilapidated across the nation. One of my colleagues introduced a legislation, the last council, and he requested in his area, his service area, he identified how many businesses were shut down, dilapidated, he was seeking funding so they could all be demolished. And council, why don't we have a Navajo Nation-wide inventory of all businesses that were shut down and start prioritizing which, and there's 5 agencies, and to be fair and the equity part of it, we don't want this money to just go to the state of Arizona, part of the Navajo Nation, because you're from Arizona, and President Nygren is from Arizona, Red Mesa. This money should be according to how you all need to do an inventory of all businesses at each of the 5 agencies, and then say, okay, could you still demolish it at the Northern, Eastern, Central, Fort Defiance, and Western Agency? All 300,000 day no kid go to Arizona to go need to go even my colleagues from New Mexico are not going to like that. So to be fair, let's have an inventory of all of it across the nation. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Mayor, with that recommendation, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to you.
And again, we have a lot from like Shiprock in terms of in the 5-year plan. Even in like places like Tuba City, there's all across Navajo. Some of these are the primest sites. They have infrastructure, they have water, they have sewer. They're already zoned. So these are prime sites, and some of them are unbelievable. What's possible in these places. So they are a big part of it, and I agree with you. We can make that an initiative to inventory all across Navajo land, all places where we need to. And when we do demo, like it's a former gas station, a lot of times we need UST removal too. So, but we can inventory all that.
Honorable Mr. Tony Salutis. So, Oban Siskiso as chair of RDC with the recommendation that was put on the table by Honorable Nan Shania. I think this would have to be a condition that we would have to put out there for Division of Economic Development.
Legislative concern.
Oh, since it was requested before, and this would be a requirement, and there's going to be a timeline that's going to be stated with this too. So, that will be a condition. So, the new budget procedure, COA, these COAs are for some of the very important issues to move the divisions forward, to meet the intent of why these divisions were established for Navajo Nation within the 3-branch government. So, it's a legislative concern, and we give a timeline on when the division is going to report the requested document or the methodology, strategy back to the Resources and Development Committee, and it's up to Honorable Kodoshin Nez to stipulate a timeline, whether it's by the end of first quarter of FY24, second, third, or fourth quarter. So that clarified your question. I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Station. Yield the floor back over to you. Oh, one question before I give it to Honorable Claw. Office of Management and Budget, there was a question that was posed earlier. The numbers that was provided under Exhibit B of the handout, did this include the 10% withholding because of the sanction status that DED is under?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, it does include that. I confirmed with Office of the Controller. The budget amount reflects what was approved. The Office of the Controller, if you go into the actual column, that's where the expenses are in the 7,000 series. So I was going through the detailed budget status report, where it's broken down by 2,000 series personnel, 3,000 travel, and so forth. And in the 7,000, that's where all of the negative. So I did confirm that it reflects the 10% sanction. And I believe Robert Woolley sent you a report also, which business units are affected. It's almost all of them.
Okay. Hakoshi, thank you for that clarification, Ms. Dam. So again, the clarification with Office of Management and Budget is the 10% withholding is reflected in the numbers that was given to us by OMB here today within this report. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Claw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and then to our division here that presented before us. Thank you for the information, and I just want to make a recommendation to the committee if we can go accordingly to each tab, and if there are going to be amendments, then at that time we can go ahead and do those amendments. So that would be my recommendation.
I was gonna speak more so towards, Chinle RBDO, but we can discuss that when we get to that tab. So I just want to make sure that we do cover this. Like Shisui said, this is more of a report, so we'll look at the numbers now. So if we can just make that recommendation.
Kokoshi? So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, there was a recommendation that was made to go by tab and reviewing the Form 2 report by all the departments under Division of Economic Development. Although ACA Benachinigi, we will understand if these will require a legislative concern item, or if there would have to be any amendments that would have to be made. So I just need a consensus by members of RDC if that's, if we'll go ahead and take the recommendation by Honorable Claude. Otto?
No.
Shania, Honorable next.
Okay.
Was that no or okay?
You were looking at him.
Well, let me take it back to Shayad.
Budget hearing procedures, and this is more of a legislative approach, a legislation, it's more of a regular meeting approach. And to have the hearing portion of your needs is something that I wanted to hear in your presentation. And as you did your presentation that you made wasn't reflecting this. It was reflecting a document that you gave us which outlined the impact statement. Ako, leha shares this cutting na naon was kanida ko this 9 o'clock. And now 12:30 and we're finally back on the budget. And I wish that we were on the budget issue since 9:30 or 9 o'clock quit it. And right now this is going to continue, this is going to continue till the rest of the day. And we have community development here. And because I'm saying this is that we're going to be going through, if we go through this route, we're going to be doing one program each day. Are we going to meet the timeline by Friday? Because by Friday comes, so 8 bag for me, all my questions on the budget, I'm all on board. And if we're going to do this, we might as well excuse community development and have them come back tomorrow. And like I said, I'm already done. He answered my questions. And I'm there. If they want to do it, we can. My son really wants to go through line by line. I guess let's go. But I guarantee you, it's going to be another 4 more hours. You have 14 programs.
Real quick, Shania. What I did was I already gave my legislative concerns to our legal counsel here, which is the what did I put? The HAB 2009 BIDF corrective action plan approved by fourth quarter of this new fiscal year. Project Development Department to get all EOA business site leases in place and file with Real Estate Department for Nahatatsu Shopping Center, Dena Hotel, Shell, C-Store, Raytheon, and Rhino House. And that's going to be by the end of first quarter. And then also provide to RDC the past 5 years business site lease revenue breakdown by regions, and that's also by the end of first quarter. That's how I broke the legislative concern down. Although, for space. So, at 8 o'clock, but, essential should stay. Let me go ahead and yield the floor over here to, Honorable, Nat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You did give us a directive as committee members yesterday. You told us to go home and do your homework. read the book and get in there. So I reviewed what I could, and that's why I just kind of marked it over and asked those questions and my concerns. But one of the concerns that wasn't, there's OPVP goals and initiatives for Kahana, which I view as a political campaign promise. Would that, perhaps our attorney here, Ms. Khan, could answer my question, whether that part should remain or should be deleted, because to me, that is a conflict of interest, as I would read. We're supporting a campaign promise if it's written that way. And some of the goals every quarter is 6666.
Arnold, so Ms. Khan, you do have the floor.
I am needing to find what page is that?
It's the first tab, and then page 2.
Establish division-wide goals that effectively support OPVP goals and initiatives on the Navajo economy. The question is whether that is a conflict of interest. Just giving a little background on how the division directors are selected. The division directors are selected by the president of the Navajo Nation, confirmed by the Navajo Nation Council, and the fact that there is a support OPVP goals and initiatives on the Navajo economy. Perhaps a way to take care of any sort of appearance of conflict of interest is to list the goals, so that because goals are in general what is thought of to be a goal is not may or may not fit in that area. It's very aspirational what you want. I just perhaps just if the committee finds that this OPVP should be deleted, it's up to the committee to ask that it be deleted and restated, perhaps, and that you be given time to restate number 1, just so perhaps just to briefly outline what the goals are. And at this point, I don't really see a conflict. What I see is vague, very vague. It's not what are the goals. It's very vague. So if the concern is so that the committee can see if they agree with the goals and can talk about the goals, but there is no goals are listed right there, or general goal is listed. I see if the committee would like clarity on the goals for them to be stated, the committee can request that be amended to state the goals and be very clear about the goals. And without any other information, it is very vague. So I would see a need for clarity. Other than that, I don't see necessarily a conflict, but a need for clarity. I just can't understand. There's no information there. Other than I don't want to go any further than that. The easiest way would be to ask that an amendment be made there to state the goals.
Ms. Khan. So, Mr. Sperlunis, Division of Economic Development was just read to us in your position paper. 2019 was your updated plan of operations. there was probably tasks that were outlined in there as to how and why Division of Economic Development is operating under the executive branch of the Navajo Nation government. So, since this was drawn as a concern, and we would like to, really refrain from, what are OPVP's, goals and initiatives. So, with, understanding this and with legal counsel's recommendation, we just like to kindly request the division to take that provision out, but more or less that would be relevant to DED's plan of operation. I don't know, and another part of that is you're the division director, and I'm assuming that to this point now in your tenure as a division director for DED, you already had a strategic session with all your department. What were some of the goals identified for short-term and long-term? So again, so under the performance, program performance measure, just like it was stated, just be specific, like, is it, awarding more people under the artisan grant, small business, I don't know. That would have to be coming back to you, Shanatani Nosinigi. So would that be acceptable, Shanatani, Honorable Naz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shanatani Nosinigi. Under each of these criteria here, the measures, it talks about like trainings, workshops of a car. And here it talks about establishing a division-wide goals that effectively support OPVP, which actually supports President Nygren and Vice President Montoya. That's how I'm reading it. You're identifying, you're just saying goals and initiatives, Nigo. What are those goals and what are those initiatives on the Navajo economy? Underneath it says number of goals. It says, then it says every quarter, 6666, 24. What is that?
Yeah. Honorable Naz. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Economic Development for the recommendation that was made.
So, your concerns and recommendations are duly noted. We'll make those changes. I don't know what the process is and how to include it into this process. We'll make that change.
Right now, let me yield the floor over to our advisor, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, right now, what's being discussed is the legislation, which is 0164-23, which is the budget legislation for Division of Economic Development. What is presented to us are in the legislation are exhibit A, B, C, D, and E, which are those numbers that oversee the overall budget of economic development. Those right now are what we can amend as far as legislation goes. But in the committee report, we can make the recommendations to Budget and Finance Committee, as they will be the next committee to get the budget from RDC, that budget forms 1 of 2, I believe it is, needs to be replaced and reflect that OPVP's goal not stated in the budget binders when it comes to them, and that is corrected and reflects the goal of the Division of Economic Development as it's supposed to represent the entire Navajo Nation, not a single administration or a single entity. We can make the recommendation in the committee report also that the budget binder for BFF have the correct budget form when it's presented to them, and that the correct budget form is carried out through the entire budget process for this fiscal year of 2024.
Mr. Tahi, for that clarification. So, again, as it was stated, that we are concentrating on this particular legislation with these exhibits from A to E, okay? So with this being a document that is somehow related to these exhibits, we just request to get the update before it goes before Budget and Finance Committee. Shinatani Nosimigi, and I'm sure, Mr. Chi, you are aware of this process because you've done it, a gazillion times before. I know you have, because you've always been at the forefront of, addressing these issues. So, so Honorable Nez, would that be acceptable, Shinatani?
Oh,
Finally to you, now you do have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Going back to a statement that was made about us going and doing our homework. I did do my homework, Shana. That's why I was the first one out of the gate. So I do the same thing. I had like my little handwritten about the OPBT, but that answered that question. The reason why I'm asking to go through this is because there are several key things that I noticed. Number one, we say decentralized, but if we look at the budget here, the change in contractual services for the administration here was increased by $340,000. So, and then for Chinle, the $1 million was taken out, but then I'm looking at inconsistencies of how the budget was prepared. Some have wireless services, which means cell phones, I'm assuming. Those numbers range all the way from $500 to $6,000. So those are some of the questions I have. Other things were for printing, and then also refreshment, catering, and then I noticed with Chinle, there's nothing. And then I looked at all of the positions, the pay rates. So for a senior office specialist, there were some that were at 34 all the way to 36, but I know for Chinle, I know that office specialist has been there forever, and the pay rate is lower than the rest. So, in order for me to complete this amendment to the budget here, you all are going to have to see where you're going to pull money to fill my request here. And that's why I was saying to look by the tabs, but if you're going to do that work, then I'm fine with just going straight to Chinle. The other thing I heard is that Ms. Young works with the RBDO. So I think that there's a dual role there as well, and where she has her own budget, and then we have the RBDO's budget. And then there's a advisory committee. So I think that may create a bottleneck effect to where our budget is. But if we want to just go straight into like the discussion, so if you look on the first one for the contractual services, 6520, there's $240,746 consulting fees, and then there's consulting expenses, which is $75,000. So in that, if they're getting the fees, are you paying them in addition to the expenses? And then there's other contractual services for $25,000, and that's in the main administration. Then we talked about the transfer out under business regulatory. Just as Shana said, looking at the performance measurements, when I look at Mr. Silversmith's numbers, those are pretty high numbers. They're like 175, 65, 25, and then we go to the rest, and they're like 2 and 3. Those are some discrepancies that I see. And so also going to fees, under business regulatory, there's $10,000. I don't know if, what those fees pertain to. And then under project development, there was a real huge increase in contractual services again. So there was an actual difference of $183,200. So that was a big jump, and that was in the project development department. So those are some of the things that I'm seeing. And then also under Chinle, let's go to Chinle now. So Chinle, you did explain the Rocky Ridge, but that would be I really feel what Madam Chair stated, the feasibility study and the marketability portion still needs to be addressed. Because you're gonna invest $1 million into that, and we do need to see what the traffic flow is to see if that's gonna be able to sustain itself. And then in there, as I mentioned, we have, so for Chinle, like the office specialist, 34,264. But other ones have 36,331. And then you have a economic development specialist that's vacant. So in that sense, what are your plans as far as a step increase or merit bonus? You do have personal lapse funds. And so we did cover personal lapse fund as well. And then for Chinle, wireless service, there's nothing, but all other agencies have a minimum of $500. So for me, we're talking about equity, and those are some of the things that we see. And then we have external contracts. All you have is $3,000. The HVACs that need to be replaced in Chinle are about $6,000 a piece, so you're still $9,000 short. So I need an increase there. And then also, I think that goes with the heating and cooling. And then the feasibility study, I know that other agencies are like $15,000, and for Chinle, we only have $6,200. And then again, the 7110 under programs, refreshment catering, everybody else has a budget. Chinle has nothing. Print advertising, zero, nothing. So I'm gonna need you to look at your budget and try to assist with some of these that I'm gonna request on the amendment, because I do frequent RBDO, I do visit their businesses, and I think that our feasibility study is way too low, and especially Chinle being the hub, that would be my concern. And then going over to small business development. So under that portion, and I think, Mr. Spirlanis, we're going to have to talk about, looking at those projects, looking at your performance measurements. You only have 2 and 3, like almost across all the boards, like 6 in some cases. So if you're saying that one person, Ms. Young, is overlooking the RBDOs, then that's not productive and that's not generating economic development. So that needs to change. And if you have a CFO who you said is overlooking the directors and the other departments, then why isn't that the case? So Elaine should actually be reporting to Ms. Horace and then working in that sense. So there's questions about that, and then just going off of that budget. But I think I have a lot highlighted here. So I know it's going to take all day if I went through every line item, but I'm pretty sure that based on our discussion here, that there are going to be recommendations, and I will have a condition of appropriation as well as a budget amendment, but I'm going to need assistance because on this form, it says moving from object code to, and these are the sections that I'm going to request for funding for my agency, because I really feel that when I compared all 5, Chinle was shortchanged. And so, I don't know if that needs to be done today, Rodney, where we have to pull it, or can they do the under?
Honorable Law, under the new Oversight Committee budget meeting, procedures that was passed, item number 12, if amendments are made to a program budget, that's what you're referencing and recommending, Honorable Claw, the committee will table the legislation to give the program time to revise its detailed budget and prepare the fill-in exhibits, B and C. When the program returns to the committee with its revised detailed budget and its completed exhibit B and C, if additional amendments or corrections are made, the committee will go into a recess to allow the program time to make budget corrections in order to avoid tabling the legislation twice and permanently eliminating the legislation from the committee's agenda. So, so right now with that, with the way, you know, you mentioned with the Chinle RBDO budget not being, I guess, properly appropriated to allow full services to our entrepreneurs out there and even the chapters in regards to zoning for commercial development in the communities that are viable for business. You're saying you want more money, but I have a recommendation, but I want to hear Honorable Danny Simpson allow him the time to for his comment or question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members, RDC staff, Mr. Scalanos, Chair, again, for your presentation, tonight. Madam Chair and members of RDC, it's going to be a comment. And Mr. Scalanos and your staff here, first, I'd like to say thank you for your presentation and your staff, your hard work, being on having Linda staff. Again, you go back to 20 years ago, we had a lot of money coming in from oil and gas. And we had, back then, you know, we can give more money to each division. And, but it goes back today, the money that the funding that each division will receive, you know, a lot of things are going to impact what you're going to receive. Inflation, supply chain, those things are the key things at the same time. Reduction of your allocation due to the closure of NGS, closure of Peabody. We have to look at that. But the thing that what my colleague, Honorable Delegate Richie Menz mentioned on Form 2, why those that effectively support OPVP, the people. It's not OPVP, it's NAVO people. That's why we have to have a strong economy for our NAVO people. And I believe that that's been mentioned to change that, and I support that. But going back to what I'm stating, the only thing we can give you, ARPA is a prime example. We can give you billions of dollars, give you a deadline, to build this economy, build the NAVO economy the way you want it. Not billions and billions of dollars. This is what I always bring up. Our laws have so much obstacles and so much red tape. So we can definitely have a strong NAVO economy. But we got money that is sitting there today. And I know it's just from a budget, a comprehensive budget, money that's been allocated. That's a prime example that we have to look at our laws that are obstacles or big red tape to make these things happen, to make our NAVO economy strong. I haven't seen that yet. I think every entity in here, department, needs to look at their plan of operation or certain laws that to implement what they want to, what projects they want to implement right away, what laws or policies are stopping them or not making it happen right away. So, yeah, you are in a limited budget, limited allocation, inflation not helping, supply chain's not helping all the nation itself. So, and again, Madam Chair and members of RDC, I don't know, this condition appropriation, I don't know how effective they are. I don't think it's very effective. I haven't seen them being very followed, or there's any concerns. And I work with these condition appropriation, and there's any concerns. And again, this is my fourth term, and if they work, we would not be, bringing these things up. So again, I'm not sure how we can, I mean, if I'm gonna make it a legislative concern or condition appropriation, I might add this to the original legislation itself, that all division departments, we take a look at their kind of operations, so they can expedite their projects, they can help our entrepreneurs get their business going. Does our 164 process needs to change? What needs to be done to get these business out built? I just had a meeting with a gentleman where I'm coming back from. Is it taking 8 or 9 years to start a C-store? And I'm not blaming anybody in here. I think it's the laws, policy, and procedures that are really having a, I mean, it's the laws and our policy procedures are really making our Navajo economy at a standstill because we're not moving quickly enough. And what happens? Our business, this side, I said that, wow, in Crown Point, with all that money going by, how much money would it have made 8 or 9 years ago from sales tax? All that tourists that go on 371 to Crown Point by the hospital, it's a store. The reason I bring this up is because we had 3 corridors, the Eastern Agency, and one's on 550. That's in Sinclair, around the Yeezy. You go any time of day from 8 to probably 6. Every hour, you probably see about 150 customers. Firstly from that little store, food store. And times 8, we have 1,200 customers. You times that 365 days. Average customer spending probably about $25, $30. Each customer just average. Sales tax. So it goes back to Mr. Galan said, I just pleading with the division here, and the other division right here, community development. Start working on what needs to be amended to our laws and our policies and procedures to make sure that what you're stating performance happens. It has that. How do we make our compliance stronger? How do we make our certain things to make sure that our as you said, pre-construction activities, all the stuff you mentioned in one of your performance measurement and stuff. All I'm saying right now is just start working on policy procedures. Start working on what needs to be amended in our laws and our policy procedures to make sure that our Navajo economy becomes very strong in a quick fashion. It's very simple. At East Kitchen, I'm sure members of the community chat. And like I said, I can have a lot of questions on the numbers, but for me, from my experience, you guys had a lot of reduction. I mean, $8 million or $9 million back for 20 years, that's a lot of money. Now you go $6 million here, that means you're only going to receive like 3 or 4 million compared to what you guys are receiving back then. So thanks so much for stretching this money out to try to make this division work as best as possible. But I think the other thing, the laws and policies will be amended to make our Navajo economy strong. Yeah, Madam Chair, there's an REC cast.
Honorable Danny Tsipkishiyar Kodo, Saad Nain Anigi in regards to commenting to Division of Economic Development and what areas does policy need to be refined, needs either addition or deletion to current provisions of laws that Division of Economic Development works with. Of course, he doesn't want to put it in a legislative concern in one of these documents here. But as a division director and as a department manager, that's incumbent upon you. You submitted your application for this job and say, I will do to the best of my ability to perform the duties and responsibilities of this job. And that's where he put on not on him. Now, I don't want to be rude, but I'd like to go ahead and take this back to Honorable Claw, the recommendation that you made. We have two options here, Shinantani. I know that you're concerned for Chinle Regional Business Development Office's budget for FY 2024. As I had read the procedures into the record, you may motion to table this legislation until such time that you, the division makes additions or deletions to the budget as you had requested, or approve this budget, just as is, and because again, it'll be heard at NABI, but the legislative concern we're putting into, you know, this legislation so that Budget and Finance Committee is aware and when it gets to NABI and Council. So, Ado Inda, you had also made a recommendation to recess until such time that Small Business Development Department and RBDOs can get together to make those, but it will require an amendment, right? Mr. Tanya, how does that process go?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, as you outlined in the procedures that RDC adopted for governing and running of the budget for this fiscal year, there is two options. One, we do table, and that table will go to your colleagues whether or not they would want to table this legislation or move forward. Two, if we recess, the duration of how long we recess will be up to RDC. Keep in mind that we are a guest of this building, and if we recess to 5, then we'll go into the following day, which would put the rest of the divisions that we oversee to rush their budget through this process. According to the budget manual that Budget and Finance Committee outlined, we're not allowed to work on the weekend, so we have to conclude right at 5 o'clock on Friday. My recommendation to Honorable Claw, as well as Resource Development Committee, is work directly with Division of Economic Development, so that way the amendments, this process that was outlined and given to us regarding the FY24 budget amendment will be ready and presented for Budget and Finance or to the Navigate Committee as well as Sample Nation Council, so that way those numbers add up correctly. We've already gone through several revisions of Exhibit A and B. As of yesterday, last evening, towards the end of the business day, we got information that we have to start including external funds. We started changing a lot of the numbers that we were given. So I have additional packets on this side for the rest of the divisions that we need to start including into the new forms that we have. So this process is new. We normally went through budget hearings, so we could make all these changes without motion, second, table, or recess. So right now, that would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
Kushi? Mr. Tahi. Ziaj, Honorable Otto.
The reason why, as the presentation has been made, when the budget is given to the division director, this is what you're working with, passed down from the administration. And from there, the division director, the directors, they reach out to the 12, 13 programs. Say whether it's just given to them, basically saying, Eleni, this is all you're getting, budget that. Tony, this is all you're getting, budget that. I'm assuming that's what happened. And therefore, this budget, so when you look at the individual budgets, whether it's from Tuba State, from Western Agency, Chippewa, Chinle, Eastern, they submitted what was fit and what was spoken to be given to them. They say, okay, the number you gave me, this is how our number's gonna work, based off of what you gave us. So that alludes to, my son's question pertaining to the needs at Chinle. whether the need is that, or other needs that are needed at, Eastern agencies or Western, or for the fine, and so forth. But, the budget hearings allowed the program used to come in, so like, for instance, to Chin Lee. When this Chin Lee office director would come over and say, this is our need, under oath. Now, but the kid, not the division director, because they're told, don't say this, don't say that. Even though they say, oh, we don't say that. It has been done. You look at previous administration, it's always been done. I've seen in my own eyes the attorney at the legislative branch. This is not the legislative branch. Legislative branch over at the committee program needed a vehicle, and the chief of staff at the time told him, "Don't ask for any more money. Leave it." That's the reason why I'm saying that this system right now is really. I'm trying to grasp this thing because we're not hearing what actual Chin Lee's need is. This is what the division director is saying. This is Chin Lee's need. So, has the division director been out at Chin Lee to say, work with the program, half the year? No. And what I'm getting to, the whole thing is that, and that's the reason why I asked. This was just a number. A number was given to you, and you were told, make it work. And this is the administration saying, Elaine, this is all you're getting. Make it work. I really hope that each of these programs out there are their needs are met. We can move monies around here, but the thing about it is that it may spark a line item veto. I've been through many line item veto battles between the administration. It's just twisting the arm of council and saying we can do all this, move monies around. It gets to the president's office, takes his red pin out, marks over what changes were made on the budget, and then he goes over to the legislative branch. Okay, Dana, Office of Legislative Council, we're going to line item veto your whole budget. Council, we're going to line item veto RDC's overall budget. Until you put the money back where you got it from, I'll give you your money. That's how that line item veto war plays. I know, I see this. So. It don't work. It's just something that the president at the time wanted to get back at council. All it is. So I really hope that as we move forward, that these things, don't go down that far. But it may spark them. And then the other thing, the easiest thing that I can assure is if we can table this, give you up to Thursday. Go back in each of these programs. Is this where you really want your money? Because once we start moving monies around here, things are going to happen, and it's going to make the administration look like the legislative branch is not working with you. With the regular budget hearing, a program director, is swearing the program director. And he or she would say, this is our budget, this is what was given to us, and this is, and at the end of the sheet, unmet needs. This is our addition. And like I said, I asked that question earlier. Are are you sure that you didn't, or did you ask Dr. Sandoval wanted more money? Because if not, that's saying that you agreed to this number and this is what you're pushing on your overall division. And right now, I'm good to go with the way the numbers are because remember, your non-diagnosis, they're the ones that are boots on the ground out there. You want to hobble them, non-diagnosis. And that's the reflection of direct services to the administration at the division level and to the president. Whether the air conditioner is not fixed over there in Chin-Lee, what's going to happen is NOSHA going to get involved. Is NOSHA going to shut the building down because of the air conditioner condition and so forth? Alcohol, oyo, convention, about the shit is that we could table this, allow you to go back and see where you could move money around to try to fix things, and have you come back. That's one route. The other is, like I said, we can do the forms, and we'll have a line item veto war coming up soon. So that's just how Wonder operates, and got 9 years of it. They even it's not fine and dandy. All the division directors and the program managers are hoping that the budget gets passed the way it is, because they work tremendously out there in the field, whether it's in Tuba City, what the need is. Yan that they feel, they say, okay, we can blast with this much money here, because you should have it based on the adult need. And to piece it together, and these individual budgets at the local level, I thought yan that they feel in that. I'm hoping that that's what happened. Or was it the same, okay, this is what you're getting, Tony. Boom, 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 put it in here, put it in here. There, sign it. Sign it, Tony. Okay. And sign over here. I know how programs work. And so thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Adosha, Josh, Honorable also. Before I yield it back to DED, I don't know, Matt Chadeja, Delegate Claw, I don't know if I cut you off. I sincerely do apologize if I have. But I don't know if you have any final remarks, then I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to DED.
I'll go ahead and turn it back over to the DED, because they're the ones that presented this, and I really do feel like they should, just as Shisui said, should have gone to the agency. And I did look at everyone else, and you're fine with it because it's not your agency budget, you know? But if they have taken money from your agency, you'd be in my seat too, advocating. So that's why I'll turn it back over to the division. But if we want to just keep moving it forward, just like what we're saying without our amendments, then we might as well do that from here on out, because part of it is you put the work in. And so I did my work, and I'm ready to, impose the amendment, but it'll go back to the division to see where they're going to pull that money from, because it is what Shisui says, you steal from Peter to pay Paul, and somebody's going to get their money taken if this amendment goes through. But, and it's not huge things, it's just little things that will count towards my community, like feasibility studies. I need that. We're trying to put new businesses there, and then we're talking about EAs, environmental assessments. All of that is important for my community. And so those are the areas, the real crucial areas that I'm requesting. And then, of course, moving that $1 million out without, informing me as a delegate for central agency. And I did speak to your division about that, is that when you're going to do big moves like that, you do need to involve your delegates, because then we're the ones that get questioned at the community level. And that makes us look bad because we're not informed, or either we're in on it. that's what they start saying about the delegates. You know, you must have been in on it because you moved $1 million out. So those types of things, and it's unfortunate it has to be in my community, central agency. I'm sure if other delegates from your agency, they moved $1 million out without you knowing, you'd be pretty up in arms too, because those are just things that, you know, are red flags for myself. So I'll turn it back over and I will let you decide, but the amount is $21,800, and that's because, like I said, the environmental assessment, I know you have it at $6,400. It would just be a small increase of $10,000, and then some of the other areas are likewise. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Ms. Shahash, Mr. Days, or Honorable Clough.
Madam Chair, with regard to the amendment, if money is to be added to a particular business unit, the amendment must say where the money is going to come from.
That's why I'm leaving it to them.
That is usually done by the delegate, and then the committee decides if that is how the money should be moved.
Okay, and I know
that's how it's usually done. If the committee wants to just leave it to the division director to decide where the money comes from. But with the amendment, then you see, the committee sees where the money is coming from and being requested to go to, so that when the legislation is voted upon, you know where the changes are being made. That's just in general where how the amendments are done, so that the amendment increasing or going to a particular business unit, there is a comparable amount that must be identified in that particular, in the budget, where it's going to come from.
Madam Chair, thank you, members of RC, Nana. I know this is all something new for us and all that. It's a learning experience. We got to be patient. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be experts in how to go about this. So it goes back to, like I said, move money around where we're not comfortable with and all that. So that's what this budget here is about. So one thing, two things I'll make a request to my colleagues here and Madam Chair. Madam Chair, tomorrow, I think community development here. I know we'll be having questions for their departments, and we're not hearing it for the regional office here from the Chinle Eastern. I wish those individuals were here to present their budget, but Mr. Scalon is doing it for the whole division here. So I think it's more appropriate starting with Division of Community Development, have all the departments here, and we do have questions for them, so they can answer the questions we have. Second of all, I'd like to, I know this is our job to see if you're not comfortable with the budget, we want to move money around. I'd like to request the committee here for recess for 30 minutes. So if any delegate wants to move money around, they can work with the division right now, so we can get that in the form of those forms 80. And so I'd like to request that recess for 30 minutes. So Ms. Paul or anybody here, community member, can start working with the division court money. Can you move from what to what now?
Okay, so Sheila, so are you motioning to recess for 30 minutes so that?
At your discretion, Chair.
Okay, so just, talking it over, it's gonna be a rush. I don't wanna put pressure on the other departments, but now let's be a little bit more considerate, because I worked up in the upper management level. So, Kodosha Dejanin, can you go ahead and just, table this legislation and let it come back to RDC, later this week, so that the team can go back and, Honorable Aruso Nenai, is this the money that you need, and this is the recommendation from Delegate Clough, so that they bring back something that would, hopefully be acceptable, because we can't table this, legislation twice again. So, Ashonda, so, I'm gonna go ahead and, yield the floor back over to, Honorable Clough.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could go ahead and move it in 30 minutes.
so I would like to take my Janada's recommendation and do 30 minutes,
Okay,
and then I'll have my four.
yeah. So with that, let me give it real quick to Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, just to be mindful of this, when we start moving funds around, remember, we're only the first committee. So if we take it from another department or division or another RBDO, the next committee that it might affect, they're gonna move it back. Previous council, RDC had made a recommendation on one legislation. One committee didn't like it and reversed it. Then it went out to the next committee. That committee didn't like it and reversed it back. Then when it finally went to Navi, it was reversed back. Then when it went to council, it was reverted back. So it goes back and forth. So just keep that in mind, that where the funds come from, just be prepared to have a delegate from that region that might be affected, to revert the funds back if they're on the next committee that oversees it. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi, so, Delegate, Claude, do you motion to recess for 30 minutes then?
Yes, I motion to recess.
Okay, so with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, Ms. Khan?
Just, if the vote goes to recess, it would give me an opportunity if other members of the committee have other amendments. I have so far, I've been drafting amendments having to do with legislative concerns, condition of appropriations, and, updating particular budget forms. If you have particular amendments that you would like, and you would agree to do a recess, this is the time for you to give it to me, and I can draft your amendment.
Question, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, Division of Economic Development, when those funds start moving around, please make sure your exhibits A and B are correct and emailed to us, so that way they're reflected also in the legislation when we start making the amendments to it.
Yeah. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, we have a motion, I'm gonna go ahead and allow Ms. Sam from OAB.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, what, that Liza stated, A and B, A stays intact, that's the president's budget. So the changes the oversight committee is doing is exhibit B.
Okay, so it's Exhibit B. So with that, we have a motion on the floor to recess for 30 minutes to allow, DED to, crunch some numbers and do some, transfers and bring it back as an amendment per Exhibit B and C. So do I have a second on this motion, by Honorable, Danny Simpson? So with that, Mr. Tahi, can we take a roll call vote to go into recess for 30 minutes, for DED budget to be adjusted?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for recess for legislation number 0164-23 for 30 minutes. Honorable Shawna and Claude, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna and Claude vote green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Addison, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Addison votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi, so with that, motion carries to a recess for 30 minutes, and we will recess at 1:29 and reconvene at, what is it? 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. I'm like.
We don't have any.
I'm gonna go down there.
Morris can go easy.
Yeah.
Good, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. We're reconvening from the, hour and 10-minute recess. We had to make, Division of Economic Development had to make adjustments. So again, thank you to the team of, Economic Development. So with that, what do we do? Roll call vote, or what do we do?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of RDC, I received the conditions of appropriations that was drafted, which was emailed out. I've also received the legislative concerns, which was also emailed out. And I received the new Exhibit D, which will need to be amended, per the legislation. Exhibit D, which includes the conditions of appropriations and the legislative concerns, will also need to be amended to the legislation. So, Madam Chair, you would have 3 amendments to add it, for legislation number 0164-23.
Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Tahi.
before we move on, for the record, can we have a roll call?
Okay. Thank you for that recommendation. Mr. Tahi, can you take a roll call to see how many of the RDC members are present?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the Resource and Development Committee, this is roll call from returning back from recess. Honorable Shauna Inclaw, how do you vote?
Shauna Inclaw, present.
Honorable Shauna Inclaw is present. Honorable Casey Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson, votes green.
Honorable Casey Johnson is present. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto Sales.
Here.
Honorable Otto Sales is present. Madam Chair, you have 5 members available with constitutional quorum for back to Resource and Development Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for also, giving an overview of, looking at, some amendments to this legislation 0164-23. Also, the additional amendment would be the updated exhibits A and B for external funds. That would also be an amendment to this legislation, Mr. Tahi. It was already in your packet.
That's Avis.
Down there.
Oh.
Yeah. Right there, yeah.
Madam Chair, members of Resource Development, I need a few moments to make sure I have the correct documents really quick.
Okay, so, while Mr. Tahi is getting the, documentation, we do have 4 amendments. Let me just give a quick overview. First one is the legislative concern, that was, brought up, and this is going to be to the DED, Administration Division, take inventory of abandoned business sites across the Navajo Nation and provide an estimate of the cost of demolition of the abandoned business sites for presentation to the Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Nation Council would then be asked to establish a demolition fund for equal funding to the 5 agencies. The DED administration is to coordinate with the 5 RBDOs to be completed by first quarter FY 2024. This is a legislative concern. Aro e ya kunanana, see. Open. Then, the next, this is gonna be a, recommended conditions of appropriation. The first one will be Project Development Department. obtain all emergency operating agreement / business site leases, and file with real estate department for Nahatupio Shopping Center, Denahoe Social, C-Store, Raytheon, and Rhino House, complete by first quarter FY 2024. This is a condition of appropriation. The second one is to BED Administration, provide to Resources and Development Committee the past 5 years business site lease revenue breakdown by regions, complete by first quarter FY 2024. This is a condition of appropriation. So this is going to be amendment number 2. And then amendment number 3 is the budget reformulation, of which business unit the funds are going to be taken from, and which business unit the funds are going to be taken into. And that would be a Exhibit C, B and C amendment to the legislation. And then we also have Rodney working on also the final amendment would be the updated exhibits for A and B for external funds. Remember that as Resources and Development Committee, last evening we did receive an email from Rodney with Department of Justice, OOC, and legal counsel from legislators involved on this external fund. They were supposed to provide the forms of just a itemized breakdown using Form 1, not necessarily 2, and maybe just 3, but they didn't need the Form 4 of the OMB budget. So so we'll individually go through these amendments. And when Mr. Tahi is ready, he can read the amendments, and we'll go ahead and go by individual votes. Honorable Otto.
Can, when we address the first amendment, as it's read into the record, I suggest that we add on these other 4, address it like a one amendment. And then from there, we can, you can read those items into the record, each one, just like a regular amendment that happened on council floor.
To the 4 amendments, modification.
That way, a modification, and it'll speed up things.
Yes, question?
Instead of doing this individually.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like to go ahead and allow Mr. Tahi to read the amendment into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is amendment number 1 to Exhibit A. Exhibit A is switching out the old Exhibit A and adding the new Exhibit A, which includes the external funds. The new amount for Exhibit A would be $26,409,056. Next will be Exhibit B. Switching out Exhibit B from the old Exhibit B to the new Exhibit B, which would include the Oversight Committee recommendation for FY 2024 general fund, which would include removing $22,400 from business unit 11005,005, the Chinle RBDO, in the amount of $3,715, and adding it to $22,400 would include the amount of $392,415. That funds will be coming from Support Services, business unit number 110012. The Chief Branch proposed FY 24 general fund budget is $3,426,610. The new amount would be in column D, Oversight Committee's recommendation for FY 2024 general fund, $340,421. That would be the minus of the $22,400. Next would be legislative concerns. The first legislative concern is regarding business unit number 11001, BED Administration. The brief narrative and the recommendation for the legislative concern is take inventory of abandoned business site across the Navajo Nation, provide an estimate of the cost to demolish of the abandoned business sites for presentation to the Navajo Nation Council, NNC. NNC would then be asked to establish a demolish fund for equal funds to the 5 agencies. The DED administration is in coordination with the 5 agencies' RBEOs. to be completed by the first quarter of FY 2024. This is the legislative concern. Next to Exhibit E is the nomination of the brief conditions of appropriation regarding Business Unit 11004, Project Development Department. The brief narrative of the recommendations of the conditions of appropriation obtain all emergency operating agreement business site lease and file with the real estate department for not Gale Shopping Center, Zenahoso, Cell C Store, Raytheon, and Rhino Health are complete by first quarter FY 2024. This is the condition of appropriation. Next is Business Unit number 11001, DE Administration. Provide to the Resource Development Committee the past 5 years business unit by lease revenue breakdown by region complete by first quarter FY 2024. This is the conditions of appropriation. Madam Chair, that is the 4 amendments entitled to 1 for legislative number 0164-23.
Okay, so with the amendment, members of Resources and Development Committee, we're going to package or consolidate this into one. So with that, may I get a motion to accept the amendment by Vice Chair Johnson? May I get a second?
Second, Donna Kwong.
Honorable Shehat. Is there any questions on the amendment that was read into the record by Mr. Tahi? Going twice, 3 times. Mr. Tahi, can you please take the roll call vote for the amendment?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1. Sana Enkwa, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sana Enkwa votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Alisa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Alisa votes green. Madam Chair, that 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The Madam Chair not voting.
With that, thank you, members of Resources and Development Committee, with the amendments that were read into the record and that will go forward to Budget and Finance. But going back to the main motion, I believe that we had a prolonged dialogue on legislation 0164-23. With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, I would like to just go ahead and go straight to a roll call vote. Is that a consensus okay? So, Mr. Tahi, can you please take a vote on legislation 0164-23?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0164-23. Honorable Sana Enkwa, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sana Enkwa votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Alisa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Alisa votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The Madam Chair not voting. Motion passes.
Motion passes on legislation 0164-23. Again, I'd just like to thank Division of Economic Development and making some changes, minor changes to the budget. With that, I don't know if you want to just do a quick closing remark, Mr. Lunis.
Again, a lot of motion on that. But again, what you know, I thought I think it's very interesting. Of course, also in that speak or the economic development on this side. In the now, I feel that the whole non and they have got to over so the cost of the they have both the eyes non this even get the DVD could all the news and all eyes of any test or the zone to the yard call all these types of things. This is executive branch and the legislative branch. What are they called by this? The law is already not reading at all. Class can now read down, so I know some of them started to meet individually, so of course I shall not so if I did for DA also the in there shouldn't get all the in there all that study non this got no but I shall not by this for the cat after all this
You are officially released from your, and have a great afternoon, Thank you.
All right.
Mine, and they have to go to BNS with you.
I'll be over there.
I go to BNS.
Hagwashi, Aron Nasa Nahadoshish, Shinani, members of the 25th Resources and Development Committee. To the staff here for being patient and getting last minute items updated for us. So, going on to 4C, legislation 0165-23. Mr. Tahi, could you please read the legislation into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation, tracking number 40165-23, date August 1st, 2023. Titled the resolution and action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Community Development and related matters to be included in Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget. The purpose of this resolution, if approved, will approve and recommend to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor for this legislation is Honorable President Jesus, co-sponsored by Honorable Shauna Ann Clough. For tracking number 0165-23, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Community Development and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget. Be enacted. Section 1, Authority. A. The Resource and Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council with oversight authority over the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, 2 NNC Section 500A, 2 NNC Section 501C1. B. The Resource and Development Committee shall review and make recommendations regarding the program under its oversight responsibility regarding the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget for the upcoming fiscal year, 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2, Findings. Oversight Committee recommendations shall not exceed the planning-based amount established in the FY 2024 Budget Instruction Manual, 12 NNC Section 848. The base planning amount were established by the Budget and Finance Committee in the FY 2024 Budget Instruction Manual through Resolution BSJY-15-23B. The Resource and Development Committee held budget meetings and heard reports from program staff and the Office of Management and Budget regarding the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Division of Community Development, 12 NNC Section 848. C. The Resource Development Committee reviewed and considered the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Division of Community Development as compared to the base planning amounts established in the FY 2024 Budget Instruction Manual and as recommended by the Office of Management and Budget. D. The Resource and Development Committee finds that approval of the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Division of Community Development and exclusion of such budget in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget is the best interest of the Navajo Nation. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Community Development and related matters. A. The Resource and Development Committee hereby approves of the FY 2024 budget for the Division of Community Development as detailed in Fund Type Budget Summary attached to the Heritage Exhibit A. The Resource and Development Committee hereby approves during the revision to the branch chief the proposed FY 2024 budget amount for the Division of Community Development as shown in the column D and E in the General Fund Comparative Summary attached here to Exhibit B. The Resource and Development Committee recommends the changes to the General Fund budget described as in Exhibit C. D. The Resource and Development Committee recommends certain conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns as listed in Exhibit C. E. The Resource and Development Committee recommends that certain unmet needs for the Division of Community Development be included in FY 2024 comprehensive budget as explained in Exhibit E. F, the Resources Development Committee recommends that the Budget and Finance Committee approves the Division Community Development FY 2024 budget and all committee recommendations set forth in Exhibits A through E. G, the Resources Development Committee hereby authorizes the Chairwoman and Vice Chairman to negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committees on these recommendations. Section 4, effective date. This action shall become effective as provided in 2 NNC Section 189A. Attached to Exhibit A, which is the Navajo Nation Fund Type Budget Summary. Attached to Exhibit B, which is the Navajo Nation General Fund Comparative Summary. Attached to Exhibit C, which is the Navajo Nation Recommended Changes to the General Fund. Attached to Exhibit D, which is the Navajo Nation Recommendations, Conditions of Appropriations and Legislative Concerns. Attached to Exhibit E, which is the Navajo Nation's Recommended Unmet Needs Budget. Then you have the first report of the Legislative Branch and Public Review Summary for legislation number 0165-23, sponsors Honorable Brenda Jesus. This legislation was posted on August 1st, 2023 at 7:14 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended August 6th of 2023. There was one comment supporting this legislation and 2 comments and recommendations, 1 comment and recommendation on this legislation. The first comment comes from Hawks chapter. The recommendation and comments come from Crown Point chapter. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0165-23, read into the record in its entirety.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi. Members of Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion on legislation 0165-23? Okay, Vice Chair Johnson and second by Honorable Ottoso. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Office of Management and Budget Team, Ms. McCabe, and also Ms. Down to do their general overview for the Division of Community Development budget performance.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the RDC Committee. We can go directly to the report. The Navajo Nation Resources and Development Committee Fiscal Year 2024 budget hearing for Division of Community Development. Navajo Nation ONB report, August 8th through the 11th, 2023. We have your table of contents listed, A to G. A, we have the FY 2024 Fund Type Budget Summary. B, FY 2023 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report. C, FY 2023 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. D, FY 2023 Third Quarter Plans of Operations Status Report. E, FY 2023 Condition of Appropriation / Legislative Concern Report. F, FY 2023 External Funds Expenditure Report. G, FY 2021 Single Audit Report. So going to A is your fund type summary for the Division of Community Development for fiscal year 2024. You have the business units listed to your left. The top portion are your general funds, and then the bottom portion is the chapters. The program budgets are on top. So you have the programs listed there, the Division of Community Development Admin, Community Housing and Infrastructure Development, Administrative Service Centers, Capital Project Management Department, Navajo Nation Addressing Authority, Solid Waste Management. And then the bottom, you have the 5 agency chapters listed. So the column for the FY 23 approved general fund budget, you have it broken down by the program, $8,645,364, and the bottom line total is the chapters for $11,314,486. Proposed for FY 2024 Navajo Nation funds, proposed general fund budget for community development, including the chapters, bottom line, $11,257,914. Indirect costs for the administrative program is $606,926. And then you have the chapter official stipends for $4,158,000. Chapter non-administrative, $13,875,225. 0 proprietary funds, 0 fiduciary funds. Special revenue internal, $1,770,839. And for the grand total, you have $31,061,978 for community development. Going on to D is your FY 2023 third quarter budget status report. no summary that is included. But you do have the detailed budget by program. The first one is your DCDC admin. And this is listed by level of detail 4, meaning personnel expenses, travel expenses, and on down to 8,000 assistance. So the original budget for that is highlighted there, $1,991,516. Revised budget of $3,124,116.30. Actual expenditure is $926,583.58. Encumbrance of $902,265.62. Budget available for DCD admin, $1,295,267.10 for expenditure rate of 58.54. Next program listed is CHID, Community Housing and Infrastructure Development. Original budget, $2,441,056. Revised budget, $2,535,797.81. Actual, $959,558.58. Encumbrance of $97,102,071. Budget available, $1,479,136.52. 41.67% expenditure. Next program is the Administrative Service Center, ASC. Original budget, $2,178,976. Revised budget, $2,273,781.88. Actual expenditure, $1,288,065.81. Encumbrance of $21,931.88. Budget available, $963,784.19, 57.61% expenditure. Next program is CPMD. Original budget, $2,033,817. Revised budget, $2,170,108.83. Actual expenditure, $787,094.23. Encumbrance of $63,201.37. Budget available, $1,319,813.23 for an expenditure rate of 39.18. Next will be covered by Ms. McCabe.
Moving on to tab C, the third quarter performance assessment report. Again, there are 4 business units. I will go over the first quarter. Average score of 3.55, second quarter 3.81, third quarter 3.93. You look at the scoring, they are meeting their program goals. Moving on to tab D, the third quarter plans of operation status report. Again, 4 business units, and they have a current and up-to-date plan of operations adopted in 2016 and 2018. Addition of appropriations. They have one, the Community Development Administration with Business Unit 108001, first quarter, which was due first quarter. There is no response to the status is non-compliant.
Okay, on to F is your external funds, expenditure report, 11 pages. So going to page 11, these are all the external funds under DCD, Community Development. So going to page 11, to column H, the original budget, there's an overall external fund amount of $394,959,072.03. That's the original budget. The revised budget is $396,614,889.83. Expenditures of $21,944,720.67. Open commitments of $9,605,459.40. Available balance $365,609,709.76. So the percentage spent is only 8%, and the balance is 92%. The last report is the single audit of the external funds. There are none. Madam Chair.
Office of Management and Budget, team for sharing, you know, the information with us in regards to Division of Community Development. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Division Director, Mr. Castillo. Are any of your department managers going to be joining you?
No.
No, okay, you feel that confident, yeah. I go on that, you do have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Chief Seuss, Honorable Vice President Johnson, and Honorable Council Delegates of the RDC. Good afternoon. Giving me the time to go over the budget. On my staff, we have an ASC conference that's going on at Twin Arrows right now, so my delegate, she's over there now. My CPMD manager, he's got a meeting with the Utah Commission. He's going over the budget with them. Mr. Delegate was here, but I don't know if he's coming back or not. He's got other meetings also. So it'll probably just be myself. I don't have a senior account anymore. We're using chapter staff to put the budget together. And that's about it. I'll just go over what we have here as far as community development report. So if you're ready, say I'm ready. Okay, the first one is our mission statements. The first one that they didn't put in here was the IT department. IT department is mostly the same. They're going to keep the system that's in place now, the MIP program, keep that up and running. We are trying to get more computers at the chapter level. Also, some of the eastern chapters don't have internet, so we're trying to help them get some of that out that way. So that's mostly the IT department is going to do out there. On the rural addressing is a new program. It was under the general admin, but we made that a separate program. So you're going to see that in the budget form. On the administrative centers of chapters, that those are the chapter funds and also the stipends for the chapters, and we'll go over the fringe benefits because that's one of the big items on this. The other one is the CPMD file management. If you look at our mission statement on that one, the program's at $1.8 million for projects. What we've accumulated so far is over $1 billion worth of projects. To handle that kind of project, we should be operating at $40 million. At 1.2 is severely underfunded. We don't have the staff to move that $1 million. So what we've come up with is we're going to come up with standard operating procedures to get all these actions in order. The other thing is we're going to put a 5-year plan together, and with the help of the New Mexico chapters, put a moratorium on the bringing in more projects from the New Mexico side. Those are the ones that are taking most of our time. If you look at this budget report, 6/30 was the last report. I just got an email that we closed out 10 more projects, so it's still incorrect. So we're probably more than 12% or 13% right now as far as spending. We're moving all along on it. Also under the CPMD, one of the biggest things we're going to push is a lot of the contracts are written AIA contract method. And with that, the MAC requirement for the A&E firm to charge is based on the dollar amount. And it really fails. favors the contractor. So what we're gonna do is come up with our own contracting method with DOJ, with the help of Mr. Wasetta that came over from, NHA. We are working on that to get something in place so we have a different contracting method and other than using that. Also, based on the, individual project, we're gonna look at design build, if that's favorable, or if these, can be, moved around, if not sure what the client wants, the chapters want, we can do CMARs where we have the authority to make changes and all that stuff. So based on the what's, required, we're gonna look at that. So that will be some of the standard operating procedures we're gonna be looking at. As he listed at the bottom, he's hoping that we'll be around 5 million as far as capacity, especially with that new building code that was passed. So we're gonna need a construction management, quality control outfit to watch all these buildings going up. One other thing that we realized too is that some of these chapter projects that we've built, their insurance gone up. They went from 800 square feet to 14 to 1,800 square feet, and their operation cost has increased. And we don't know if they can handle that. So along with this, we're gonna give them, advice that's what they're asking for. If they're asking for exotic windows, is it repairable? Or else is this gonna be boarded up? Nobody around here can fix some of the stuff they're asking for. So a lot of that, we're gonna look at CMAR to kind of change that. If it's basic, design, we'll probably just do design build because that was a faster method to doing contract. It's on the CPM side. On the solid waste, program, yes, brand new. We're gonna try to bring somebody on board that knows where to get the funding source, how to deal with the, entities that have the funding source, and hopefully they can do some grant writing and bring that money in. Right now, all we're paying is, the counties and, San Juan County and those kind of outfits for using their, facilities. And some of the chapters are doing that on their own. So we are kind of hoping to establish some type of, solid waste program because the illegal dumping is getting out of hand out there. We need to get control of that. So that's kind of our mission statement for, DCD for the next 4 years. I don't know if you have any questions on that, but I can go straight to the tabs.
At this point, members of Resources and Development Committee, Mr. Castillo did give a general overview of the mission statement and some of the changes that they're looking at internally to get projects built out and get a lot of these funds that have been appropriated for these projects, and also to streamline in the state of New Mexico chapters advocating for their own projects at the state level, which right now was told to us as costing CPMD more time concentrating on the New Mexico projects and leaves behind Arizona and Utah projects. So those are not those kids at this point for to Mr. Castillo. So you reply.
We're gonna go straight to tab then.
Okay, then we'll go straight to tab. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to you, Mr. Castillo.
Next, your binder?
Yes.
You can take mine.
Here you go. Come on, we put a lot of work in that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, RDC members. I'll go ahead and go straight to the tabs. The first one is, the business unit number 108001, that's administrative. We're looking at, close to $1 million when you add the two, indirect costs and, allocation. On the CHIT housing is a little bit over $2 million. On administrative services, around $2.2 million. The capital outlay, and here's the one I was talking about 1.8, where we need to beef that up a lot more. To get that one person going with the rural addressing, we need establish a couple more positions and get the, equipment needed for, the rural addressing program. chapters, last year we were at 12.21, so we're down $1 million there on the chapter allocations there. Look at it from last year. Now let's go to tab where it says summaries. Summaries, this is general funds, and the indirect cost of the, administrative at the top. That sums up to around 8.033 million. It's received a little bit less money, so we did, training costs and some of the travel costs and some of the supplies, we took some of that out of there. The, chapter allocation, like I said, we're down $1 million there, and it really affected the fringe benefits of most of the chapters. So what we've done is we took the vacant positions to cover the fringe benefits. So what we're hoping to get from the unmet needs is to cover that, replenish that, so we can hire. Right now, we're not going to affect what we have on right now, what we have on board. Okay, that's the same summary. Let's go to the admin tab. If you look at personnel under admin tab, business unit 108001, you see a deficit of $350,957. That's the money that we took out from the rural addressing program and made it its own program. That's where it got hit the most. That's why it's a big number. That's just the folks that are going over to their own program. Then, like I said here, we had some money last year for contracting services. We didn't use much of that. We couldn't get a lot of the contracts going, getting out. So that we're probably going to lose this year if we get refunded. So those are the two big items for under administration. Now these are just our goals under Form 2. I'll let you guys read that at your leisure. If something comes up, just let me know. Here's the vacant list, the senior accountant, what I'm really trying to get on board. We also have an attorney that's vacant also. Salazowski's had that position out for a while. Nobody's applying. And this is the breakdown of all the numbers we have. Now we can go to CHID. Business unit 10800404. CHID. The biggest number you'll see is that public assistance, 1.5 million. That was a one-time allocation from last year. That was to help community members that needed repairs, roof, lighting, any drop-down connections to their housing. So on that, we're not going to get it this year. We bought a lot of building materials. Building material to fix all that. And Form 2, Mr. Delegate and I's our goals, what we're looking at. Then the rest are the breakdown. The other thing that was put in here, which was right at the last minute, was the external fund, which is the block grants that we read up at CBD.
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor, members of RDC, good afternoon, other legislative staff. I'll go ahead and briefly cover the external funds under ICDBG for program which I oversee in my department. We have some balances from 16, going back as far as 16. So this year we're planning to zero out that balance, FY16, for a infrastructure project, which we're working on now, and try to get that completed and close out report by the end of this year. Also, other balances in FY17 will also be assisting with other infrastructure projects, some shortfalls, any water line extension projects, shortfalls, power line. Those are the type of projects that we're assisting with funding. So, along with FY18, 19 and 20, we have a large amount still under FY19 and 20, which we funded 5 infrastructure projects. So they're still ongoing and in progress. Payments will be made later this year for those projects. And the last one is the ARPA, ARPA funds for $6.4 million, which we received for cistern and septic system projects throughout the nation, in partnership with NQA and NECA for that project. So this is the remaining balances currently right now under the CPG. And then a few pages back, there's also housing improvement program, which they've also have some balances, and they're working on utilizing those balances to assist additional help or renovation, whatever applicants are eligible to receive these assistance. They're looking back at some previous applications that were eligible, but just weren't enough funds to take care of their needs. So they've also received ICDBG, or not ICDBG, House BIA ARPA funding, and in the amount of $9.9 million. So they're also working on those projects to assist applicants, eligible applicants with housing also. So they're working on the procurement process for the remaining homes that were selected for these ARPA funds. So there is $12.7 million altogether right now under the housing improvement program. And attached to the Form 1s are the Form 6, which gives balances for each of these on Form 1. So that's what we have right now in external. Yeah, thank you.
I'll continue on. Let's go to CPMD tab. There, the biggest one you're going to see is that $230,000 or $2.3 million that was taken out. That was a one-time allocation from the last administration for the Administration 3 building. When we tried to get that going, anything above 2.5 or 500, about 5 million or more is what the A&D were asking for. So this couldn't cover any of even the design phase. We couldn't use this money for that, Administration 3.
Mr. Castillo, if I may interject, you missed Administrative Service Center 10.
Oh, I did. I sure did. Okay. Let's go back one tab. This, we have some cuts on here, around 51,000. So we just made adjustment in personnel, travel costs, supplies, rental, and pretty much it's where we took the bulk of that, the hit in there. But the rental part is where it's kind of, the fees are going up. Delcon office, they relocated, and they're asking $60,000, I think, a year for the place they want to move, so that's to find alternatives for that. So those will be some of the issues that will probably come up later, is finding rent, affordable rent. That's administrative centers, SPSD folks, out there feel also. Okay, now we can go to CPMD. And like I said before, it's that 230,000 that we couldn't use for administrative degree to get started. It was just a short fund. Couldn't find anybody that could do it for that amount. Our goals for CPMD, as I reflected, are going to change, see if we can speed up some of the policies, the standard operating procedures, and forms to make it all standard. Right now, with a new person coming on board, all they're going to do is develop their own process of running their own projects. And for me to go find out what's the status on a project, I have to find that project manager, and he'll finally brief me on what's going on. With these in place, file management, we can just go to the system, bring it up right there, and then we know what stage that project's at. So we're looking at that. The other thing we're looking at is coordination meetings with the chapters, making sure we help them vet the projects, looking at see what they're asking for, the power line that's existing will handle what building upgrade they're asking for, the water line, the sprinkler system, all that. If there's enough there, if they need a tower, a water tower to meet some of those permitting requirements. And then also analyzing all the federal projects, the counties and private funds. That will go into our 5-year plan. We're going to prioritize all those, see where the deadlines are, and try to fit them in somewhere if all possible. Those are the goals for CPMD. Let's go to rural addressing. Basically, the number of it is the personnel costs, and then the operation to get equipment and supplies to get them going. We've identified 3 positions, and they're on the 3rd page. Right now, we're trying to figure if we need a program manager or a specialist or whatever. We're working with our HR folks to look at the details of what that person is going to be doing in the classifying after we done the work on what that person's going to do. And the other 3 are existing. We're just going to transfer them over to that for that 300,000 in the general fund. Okay, now the solid waste. Solid waste is a brand new program. The 2018 that was passed by RDC. Plan of operation includes this, so we're just abiding by that. We're starting this program. We're just starting with 1 person to seek funds, write a solid waste program for us, and see what the funding is available out there, and we can bring a grant writer on there and seek those funds. That's what we're looking at. Now, we'll go to the chapters. First one is Eastern chapter. This was distributed using the 50-50 formula from the 11.7 million. The highlighted in yellow is the one where we took out the positions to cover the fringe benefit costs. So that's what the yellow is why it's highlighted. So for Eastern, you can see there's quite a few we got there. I'm pretty sure I'll get questions on that. So let's go to Fort Defiance now. same process, we use the 50-50 and then the voting, percentage. And then also, we got highlighted chapters where we eliminated positions to cover the fringe benefits. Let's go to Northern. Naz isn't booked yet because we don't have anything yellow. Hide it on this one, we got that covered. Let's go to Western. Western, we got, 4 chapters that we're gonna eliminate positions to cover fringe benefits. So, that's, the report I have, I'll get one more chapter, Kimberly chapter.
All yellow?
Yeah, so this one, we have to eliminate also some positions that cover the fringe benefits on this, based on the allocation, the 50-50 and the voting numbers. Yeah, so, this is also in our unmet needs research to cover that.
Okay.
So that's, DPD's budget reports, and I'll try to answer as many questions as I can.
Mr. Castillo and then also Ms. Delgado for the report in regards to the budget as presented here before us. With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, in regards to what was presented to us here today, or this afternoon. Honorable Nez?
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, Mr. Castillo, your staff. I don't his staff at all. Under the ASC office tab, GIA, if we go to Form 2, Gunapakagi, the first part, the program performance criteria. You want to help 110 chapters with their FMS. The first part says to bill and assess. The second part says each ASC office will be assisting assigned chapters on updating their FMS policies and procedures, including internal policies and procedures. Number 4, it talks about emergency plans. Those chapters have been tasked to come up with an emergency plan now for probably since the 23rd Council of Ahunson, and they still have not, some of them still have not completed their emergency plans. Now, under the FMS personnel policies, and under personnel policies and the policies for all 5, which is fiscal, records, property, personnel, and what was the other one? Property, personnel.
Physical.
I already said that.
Records.
Records, I already said. There's 3 Ps: property, personnel,
Record keeping?
procurement. So, under these, they all pretty much make reference to Title 26, which we're going to have a work session on at some point. And right now, in Title 26, back, I would say around the 23rd Council, when Chief Justice Herb Yazzie was the Chief Justice, he got all the chapters together, and I believe it was at 20 Arrows or in Albuquerque somewhere, and he told them to, since Title 26 talks about establishing a peacemaking system at the local chapters, that's what we need to help chapters with. Now, at the judicial branch, we're getting all these issues that come through the court system that can be handled at the local level, Nela. So I think that's something that we really need to look forward to working on. And the 25th Council could be the one to, RDC, have a check mark as establishing a local chapter peacemaking system. At least start it, see how many we can do. And with the help of the judicial branch as well as DCD, I think we can start. So there's a lot of issues at the local level. You got one of my emails from T. Susicog Burnham, and I'm really concerned about it. How do we help chapters? If we have some elderly people, former leaders that can talk to the local officials, the staff, and the people, that the intent of the local chapter is that they may flourish, excel and flourish because Title 26. So, and somehow that peacemaking system can really help. So, it's talking about the FMS, and just thought I'd mention the Chair, so I just want to make my statement short. Thank you.
Honorable Man. So right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to and have DCD make a response to Honorable Mayor, so the recommendation. So, Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, RDC members, Kat. Honorable Nez, my response, first one, emergency management plan, we've been asking for that. Right now, with the experience I had when I was with BIA developing emergency plans for my yards, the spill prevention plan, getting all the safety data sheets, that's what the chapters carry, all that. I can help put that plan together and then help the chapters. We'll probably have some training sessions to help them develop that. Out of the 110, my Club C folks that trained the chapters on that, they said there's only 31 that are in compliance under the emergency management plan that have developed. So they're going to need assistance. I'm not sure if they're specialists in emergency management plan, but I have to find somebody that can help when they go out and develop their Club C plans, along with their land use plan. Put all that in there. That's what I'm thinking for them. So, Title 26A, we're going to have a meeting on that and change or whatever needs to be done with that. 80 was just beyond. Under the peacemaking, we are working on that. If you go back to my tab on the unmet needs, we're asking for 2 additional attorneys because the volume by entity of all the legal opinions that we need for the chapters. I'm getting about 10 a day on situations. So I forward that to Mr. Roger Brigade, and he's a one-man show right now. So he's asking for two other people to help him give us recommendations and whatever needs to be done with that. Also helping if we can put a peacemaking group by entity together to make those visits to the chapter. Today case for the unmet needs. I think it was the second item on that unmet needs.
Okay. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members RDC, yes, that, audience line. Yeah, hello, Mr. Castillo, thank you for the presentation. Guess you're going to be in the hot seat now. You know what I'm going to bring up, right? You know what I'm going to bring up? Yeah. First, I'd like to, let's go to the Eastern chapters. Okay. And I want you to tell me each one that's highlighted yellow, I want you to which position was abolished. Each one down from Elmore all the way to the White Horse. I want to know which one, at the same time, all the other agencies, which positions were abolished in chapter. Dan, I want to continue after that. I want to know which one first.
Okay.
And show you.
Okay, so yield the floor back over to you to respond to Honorable Simpson in regards to Eastern. The ones that are highlighted in yellow, which positions were abolished? And I guess one of the Mine is why.
Well, they're not abolished,
Okay, go ahead, you have the floor.
thank you, Madam Chair, thank you, Honorable. Since, they're not really abolished, we're just taking the money that was in there for now to cover the fringe benefit and see if we can get that cost back somewhere, maybe from the unmet needs or from the president to replenish that. That's what we're gonna ask for.
Okay, Honorable Danny Simpson?
Thank you. I still want to know it's still abolished. This is still abolished because now you're going to ask to try to use some money that, I don't know where the president's hiding some money or unmet needs, then you're going to put those positions back. So right now, we're not funding your abolish these positions. So, Mariana, maybe you can clarify this for me. Not funding these positions, certain positions in chapters, not funding them. That means that they have to abolish positions to not fund the positions, right?
With regard to, I was trying to get a clearer understanding of what the yellow actually meant. I don't see, is that the Alamo chapter? It says general funds chapter personnel is 40,000 something, and then the second column, second C column, it says general funds chapter fringe benefits, and then general fund, the next one E, general funds chapter personnel 58,000 something. Now, that's in yellow for what reason? I'm just trying to get a handle on what this chart is representing.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Castillo, back to you.
Okay, any position on the yellow or yellow highlighted chapters again that are vacant, we're not trying to impact it right now, that are vacant, we're not gonna fund and cover the expenses that are working right now.
So I guess I just still don't know, there's no indication here of how many positions are vacant on this chart. And there's no indication how many we're talking about here and how many are not, won't be filled, and where is the fringe benefit going to if there's gonna be nobody there? We're just confused.
Okay.
I'm sorry, maybe, okay.
I'll have, OMB, Ms. Sam, clarify this.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm just now reviewing this too. I don't oversee community development, but just looking at this worksheet, but I do have 45 agencies. How they usually develop this worksheet is those that are highlighted in like orange light, those are the certified chapters. So if you go to SHPROC worksheet, you see that most of it is, what's the color? They're all the same color, all the same pinkish. So for N chapters, 88,000. All those certified chapters, that's how much they get in their column C, the personnel. Those that are not highlighted, starting with Gadi Aher, Nizad, Red Mesa, those are non-certified. So those positions are usually paid through Window Rock payroll. So that's what it shows. There's no yellow highlight. Now you go back to Eastern that Mr. Simpson is referring to, the yellow highlight. They should be, the amount should be similar to what SHPROC has, 69,677 for those yellow ones. But the division director, Mr. Castillo, is explaining that they're vacant, and because they're vacant, they're not budgeting for the whole 2,088 hours.
I'm thinking that's what's happening here. And there's no budget form 3 to confirm that, but that's what I'm assuming is happening. These yellow highlights are prorated position amounts. So it's there, and then the fringe is there, and I'm not sure what what is meant by fringe. Well, there's not enough to cover the fringe. I don't know if there's an unmet needs available that would explain that. But that's what I'm seeing, Madam Chair.
The clarification was made, so, Honorable Simpson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members already speak, I guess. Ms. Castillo, what presents us today, you're abolishing positions. You're abolishing positions, that's it. And again, let's go back to LMO. What position is abolished? Because you only fund one position. Is that the coordinator?
What was vacant at those chapters is the one we're not gonna fund this year.
Okay, so which one is it?
I don't know.
Okay, so that's, I need listing.
Yeah.
Because right now, on the Yeezy, I had that position. So the number matches Alamo, so that must be the CSC position. So, I'm saying, so that's all being funded for Yeezy. Let me go check here. Yeah, 47, that's not Yeezy, that's CSC. Now, you're going back to all the 43 year, so Alamo, Herfinov, Yamato, Lake Valley, Yeezy, Red Rock, Standing Rock, Dojale, the Rune. Like you're abolishing all the what do you call it? Account meeting specialists. Yeah, they're abolishing Lake.
Yeah, it says, account meeting specialist.
Yeah, you're abolishing all that. And you're saying, okay, we'll take a chance, see if we can get this unmet needs funded. That's a big gamble. You try to say, okay, we'll abolish these positions, but we'll try to get them back, get funded to unmet needs. What do you guarantee me to get unmet needs funding from the National Council? What guarantees me? If you guarantee me, I'll probably support this to all positions through the 5 agencies. You say 100%, I can get the unmet need funding, then I'll support this. But you can't guarantee me, then what my sister did here, we probably have to sit down and start looking at where we're going to take money from. So that's my core question. So what guarantees me? You guys say 1% to me. Are you 100% sure you can get unmet needs to cover the all positions that you're proposing to us?
Guarantee-wise, I give it 0 chance.
Understand now. I still have a lot of questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, so go ahead, you still have the floor.
Okay. So, I'm assuming all these will be account meetings for positions, and I'll go back to that. Now, let's go back to your budget for administration. And let's go to, okay, let's go to second to last page. It says chapter grant. Why Boston chapter only chapter? Why Boston chapter the only chapter that gets a grant for solid waste of $62,000? So we all need solid waste transfer station. I'm not sure if you pay for a transfer station or what it is. I'm not sure, but they get a grant. I need a grant for Crown Point and Standing Rock because the chapters cannot. They're paying for those the transfer station for those bins to be hauled away, and it's coming out of their budget. So I don't think it's fair for just Baja to get this grant for solid waste. I believe my colleagues here 24 need some type of grant too, to take care of the solid waste, but that's $62,000, on that. Then goes to, going back to, next budget, will be the community housing infrastructure department. It'll be the performance, two. And let's go to number 3. Program performance measure assist with infrastructure activities, power line, water, wastewater, et cetera, connection assistant. Develop contract with utility companies and contract to complete construction. It seems like we have every chapter that's working on power line, water line. With different NTA, Continental Divide, NTA, Amos Mountain, State Pharmacy, the Coral. But according to your forms, you're just saying you're going to accomplish 5 per quarter. But you got 110 chapters. I mean, assisting technical assistant, but you're only going to assist 5. That's what you're specifying right now. And that's pretty easy to accomplish. We put 5, 5, 5. Hey, you did that. You did your job to help the chapter develop contracts. Then it assist with project number 4, assist with project management on tribally and federally funded projects. Administer tribal and federally funded projects on planning to construction and close up. 3 through 3. And you just stated that you have a lot of projects out there. And you only say 3 through 3. So those are the things I'm concerned about, that these performances are very low. I think it should be more than that, because all the 110 chapters need help to start their water line, power line, fighting broadband, and also with this tribal funded and federally funded projects and product management. So those are my 3 concerns. My biggest concern is, again, those 2, the solid waste for Baja, then your performance on performances on 2 of them, and I'm gonna have you. I want to make a request, and that you find funding before we approve this budget they submit to us. It's all the highlighted yellow. We put back in there. Even when we start with vacant positions, that's what it's for. Because if it's not funded, you can't advertise it. It'll be advertised because you have money in there. So, Madam Chair, members of Resource Development Committee, I'd like to make a request to the committee here that we send back, and we have Mr. Castillo with his staff put these positions back and have it fully funded.
So with that, Shiar's Honorable Simpson, you're recommending to table this legislation until such time Division of Community Development gets the budget addressed for the staff at the chapter level. Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of the Resource and Development Committee, before this committee considers tabling this legislation, I would recommend we recess and ask the Division of Economic Development that they have the rest of the day and tomorrow morning before we reconvene at 9 o'clock to see if they can get that information. If it's not ready, available by 9 o'clock, then I recommend that we table it at 9 o'clock and we continue to move forward through the day. So this way we'll only receive one tabling motion without jeopardizing the legislation.
So with the recommendation that's made, one of the things is we need to get personnel involved, because Navajo Nation Department of Personnel has so many positions that are available. Why aren't they using the personal lapse funds to cover, the fringe benefits for these employees? Why are they taking it out of you all's budget? That's what I don't understand. So we would need personnel here. Do we have Navajo Department of Personnel Management representative on the call?
And sure. Right here, at the bottom.
Okay. Okay, so again, with, item 8 on the new, procedures for, program budget, the committee members may ask questions of the agents and OMB through the sponsor. Questions to advisors, i.e. the controller, Department of Personnel Management, should go through the committee chair. So again, we will go ahead and proceed in that direction. So again, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Shiaj, Honorable Otto.
Don't want to step on anybody's feet, toes, but we understand the chapter money, 11 million. The money is not coming from the general fund. In a way, it's funneled through there, but it comes from a trust fund. The trust fund, the rule, the policy to the trust fund indicates the distribution of 50-50 formula. So, for instance, my chapter is, and the 50-50 formula is the law of the land. So, my chapter is put into that formula based off of the registered voter, the registered voter and equal distribution. So half of that $11 million, $11.3 million is divided here. The other half is put to the registered voters. This is divided up between 110 chapters equally, and this is based off of registered voters. So each year, the trust fund numbers differ based off each community. Whatever is allocated out comes out at a different number. So last year, the year before, the years before, the numbers were different. So what I'm getting to is that whatever number formulates for those chapters, it sounds like these yellow ones, whatever they got last year, and then you have the increase of the fringe rates that are going on. And I'm going to tell you, when the 5% increase, like last year, DNF was doing the overall 2.5% increase for GWA. And they did that. And somewhere at council, one delegate said, "Oh, we're going to give you all these nomination employees across the board 5%. So they had to find that within their budget. It wasn't funded. So if that comes up, they're going to have to find it in here, and it's going to put more additional strain on where to find money. So I think, just as a recommendation, that yes, we do table this, and we leave it the same in these chapters that has the yellow tabs, maybe a simple call to the president and ask him if we could drop a UUFB at the that way, when the budget is passed, you drop a UUFB to cover the cost. And the reason why precedent has been set is that couple of years ago, they were short that they didn't fund all the chapter stipends. So afterward, when the comprehensive budget was passed and the president came to the council and indicated, we're going to have to address the chapter stipends, and that shortage, AUUFB, that hot mix. So that's how that gap was covered. So I think that it all ties to the 50-50 formula and what numbers of money that came in is coming from the actual trust fund. And this is my thought, but it's just trying to find some clarity to this, and this is how I understand it. One sense, Ash and me, whatever the dish. I'll get a second opinion tonight. And, I said, I'm gonna go call my dog and ask him. Hey, home okay, so.
Appreciate you, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of REC. Yeah, Nana, I was, brother, Johnson, the positions at the chapters are from the revenue projection. It's not from a trust fund. They're from revenue projection. All 50/50 by the NSTA is the administrative, non-administrative, non-administrative cost.
Non-administrative.
50/50 Sunday. So this funding of personnel at the chapters, 2 positions are funded through the revenue projections for FY 2024 and every fiscal year. So saying that, you know, under the unreserved funds, but you don't remember, that's for non-recurring costs. This is recurring position on a yearly basis. So, so I still want that, Mr. Castillo. I don't want to be very demanding. O no constant, Mr. Castillo. I shown that Kakito chapters. AC council meeting for me is coming up Friday, and I have to report this. If I report this, I guarantee every chapter will be calling you from every agency, including I don't know who was asked you to do this. This is very controversial. You're going to be getting a lot of calls, and it's a little but she could if anything, reset and make sure find money within your division. Put all the staff, they put all these positions back in place. Again, if after FY20, when FY24 starts, can't advertise it. Can't advertise because there's money for it. So, education, and I still request Teresa and have student and staff work on this and bring back tomorrow morning. In case I make that motion.
So with that, members of RDC, we have a motion on the floor to recess for the rest of the day. We do have a second on the floor by Honorable Matt and Division of Community Development. Although since there was a recommendation, just, pleading with the division, see if the division can reconsider and take in the positions within these chapters, within the 5 regions that are currently vacant right now, and see how or where these funds can be drawn from to cover the fringe benefit for these employees at the chapter level. So again, so just final recommendation is, Honorable Otto, the money does come from general funds. There is 2 trust funds, the special revenue land claims, the special revenue scholarships. ADA, those are trust funds. Eligible, they're restricted funds I know chapters work with. So with that, we're going to go ahead and recess. We already have a motion in a second. Danny.
All right, thank you.
So with that, Mr. Tahi, can you please take the roll call vote for recess for the rest of the day, and at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning when we reconvene, Division of Community Development is going to come back in hopes that this can be addressed. If not, then we will go further into discussion as to how we're going to approach this.
Madam Chair, members of recess announcement, this is the recess vote for Tuesday, August 8th, 2023. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, well, with that, motion carries for recess, and we will recess at 4:08 PM, and we will reconvene at 9 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday.